And hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. I did not set up my stream deck, so I have to do it by hand, and then I pressed buttons, and it was not where it was supposed to be, but we are here now. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to have you here. It is our Foxhole Fridays, and we're doing a special one-shot of the game Change Stars, which is a brand new indie sci-fi RPG. It's a queer, post-patriarchal, spacefaring RPG made by Diesel Shot. Some very cool people, and they asked me if I'd do a one shot, and I said yes, because why wouldn't I do it? Also, because I kickstarted it, so I figured I might as well. We also have some giveaway codes for it that we will do probably in the mid, right at our midpoint break. So, hello everyone. Hi. I should do the spiel first off. So, spiel first. Thank you for being here. You supporting us means everything, and there are ways you can support us, and one of the best things you can do is to be here. Da-da-da-da. And you can tell people that we're live so they can come visit us if you like. You can, if you're watching us on YouTube, thank you, and you can like and subscribe, leave a comment. That's, the things they say to do on YouTube. You can also give us tips and bits, and if you do, I'll read out any tips and bits messages. They go to pay for the cast. You can be one of our Patreons, which is at Academic Foxhole, and being a patron helps pay for the cast. We have a special special tier, which is the sponsor tier, which is $200 a month. There's only 4 of them available, and that pays for 4 players for 1 week, for one show. And you get a special radio ad that will play in the break and a special shout out. Our current sponsor is Willen TW, who has been our sponsor and note taker for years and is an amazing person. And is recently, I found out, also helping out with like indie films over in France, which I think is really cool. So much shout out to our beloved Willen. So we also, by the way, have merch, which is awesome, and you should get it if you like merch. I like merch. I like sci-fi merch. So, all right. All of that said, I want to introduce what we have going on today. This is a one-shot of Change. If I had a physical book, I would just show you, but I don't, so I won't. So there. But this book with amazing art, really lovely art, very cool people, and it's the setting is that humanity went off into the stars, and like humanity likes to do, they just decided to conquer everything and just take over planets and take all the resources and colonize and destroy, and you know how humans can be. But it turns out there are other aliens in outer space that maybe thought that wasn't very cool, and the some sort of these kind of matriarchal other systems were like, we need to get together and stop this, and they did. They stopped humans' grossness, and then went through a process of trying to reform humanity to be less violent and awful. And we are now in 50 years past this moment where, generally speaking, it has worked out. These three main stellar races now are in a trinity. It is sort of like a lovely, wonderful thing, and we have no problems except for all those weird separatist humans that were not part of the program and are hanging out in weird pockets like weird militia people, I guess, and other random strange threats here and there. So that is our world, and we are going to be joining a story of a science team who's been given a mission to investigate something mysterious. Because I haven't run a nice Star Trek style science investigation adventure in a while, and I thought that I would do so. So I'm very happy, without further ado, to introduce my players, who are great. You know, look, don't listen. Don't the players don't have to hear this, so don't let them hear this. But between you and I, audience, I'm always sad when I have to replace one of the episodes of the long running show with something because I'm sad not to run it, but. I love a one shot or a short shot because it lets me play with people that I don't get to play with all the time who I love to play with. And whenever I get an opportunity to do a one shot or a short shot, I always invite people who have given me great joy playing with before. And then I was like, oh gosh, I just want to play with them again because they're so fun to play with. And I always have great joy putting together people that I like and that I think would like each other at the table for something fresh. And so I would like to introduce my players who are just people that I'm happy to be sharing a table with. If you might say who you are and who you are playing, including what their species is and what they look like, tell us something about your character. I will note, because I always like to give an extra prompt, and this will be a what's the word, stirring the pot prompt, or perhaps a shenanigans prompt, I think. All of you all are on a science team, and you've been on this team together for a while. You all know each other. You've done missions before. So if you might, when you introduce yourself, say one thing about one of the other characters that is about the relationship you have with them. No, two. Give me two. Give me one for each two people. Yes. Yes. That's what no, don't give me that yet. We'll do our intros and then we'll do our how you know each other once everyone's done their intro. So tell me who you are and then who you're playing. And I would like to start, of course, with Diane.
Well, yeah, hi, I'm Ben. It's been a long time since I was on a stream. It has been since the last time the Saints were out, in fact.
They'll be
So
back.
that's been a while. Um, Hello from 1:30 a.m. because I do ridiculous things for Trooper. I am going to be playing a Rust mechanic. Now, the Rust are these lovely, lovely how to put it. I don't want to put a false image in everybody's head, but my image is more just a very sort of um, very otter-like spacefaring species. And I am going to be playing a pilot who is called Tanksicle. Short, you can shorten that to Tanks. Whose mission in life is basically to find out if there is anything at all that she cannot pilot. So far, mission failure. Everything has been piloted. If it has controls, it will be made to move in some way. And if those controls aren't working, then she will get into them. Very literally, sometimes just open up the panels, get inside, and figure out what's going on. There's always tools, and if the tools don't work, then you have fingers and teeth, and they can work. And that's basically it. As a pilot, is very much focused on being able to just be very maneuverable, but also very much focused on just If the machinery doesn't work, then obviously percussive maintenance needs to be done. So I want you to imagine essentially this lovely otter-like creature with these two little appendages who is wearing sort of a mechanic's jumpsuit and is just absolutely shredded.
Nice. Love it. Love it. Oh, our first Rast and a mechanic, and I believe next up will be B Zelda. They are also amazing. B, who are you and who are you playing?
Yes. So hello, hello. My name is B. My pronouns are they, them, and I am playing Moonlit Reflection, Tranquil Turbulence. But you can just call me Jasper. They are I believe they're called Mirai. I'm not entirely sure the pronunciation, but like they're bug people. They are the like sci-fi version of praying mantis, but cooler, which I absolutely love. You have your traditional hive minds, your drones, which is like 90% of our population, and then there is the aristocrat Mirai. And so like they're the fancy ones. They have a really, I think I like to believe they have a really high sense of self. When you're 10% of the population, like that means something. So Jasper is the hacker of the bunch. They're very, let's see, actually, I feel like I took the time to write down some wonderful adjectives. Let's see if I could recall them. They're not over there. That's okay. I think confident, anxious, always anxious around just people. Unless they're alone, they're like just like nervous. They're like I guess they don't necessarily have hands, so they're kind of clacking their long arms together constantly. But Jasper is a team player, but will let you know the entire time how important and how valuable they are to the just about everything to do with the ship, the mission, and anything they're involved with. And that's Jasper.
All right. And what is your archetype?
Hacker.
Hacker. Huh. I wonder if there'll be any hacky things to do. I mean, probably not. That would be weird.
Yeah. On this mission, this is, science, normal, nothing to be hacked. That's too specific.
Yeah, no. I just weird. Next, another. I mean, everybody here is just too dear to me. I'm afraid. I cannot. Everybody is too great. Also very great is PB, who, PB studied music. I studied music. I feel like that's all I need to say. Really, that's all I need to say. PB, who are you and who are you playing?
Hi, I'm PB from at PB Plays Inside. Tonight I am playing Daba Didat, Rust, another Rust. They are a mechanic and they are, they are very much like Diane described, very otter-like. And they, use their sleek ergonomic build to just like get in and out of like inconvenient crevasses. I'm sure anyone who's ever worked on a car knows how inconvenient it is to do literally anything. And and Dava did that, found very early on that it's very easy to get in those like very inconvenient places to do, a little bit of wrenching here, a little bit of plasma torching there. So they really took to it like a fish to water. So they've been in that line of work from very, very young. And, found this crew and kind of has just been with the crew and fixing things and maybe breaking things. I don't know, it happens. And also messing with Jasper by changing their name in the computer constantly. And yeah, just that's that. And also making zero effort to cover up their tracks. You 100% know it's Dava.
Don't even log out. Oh gosh. I don't speak like whatever the common language is, so I have a translator somewhere on me. But there's like a very specific screech sound that you hear, that everybody hears. That's just like the sound of rage. The sound of constant frustration.
Does the translator then just, subtitle that with angry noises?
Yes, yes,
Just-
absolutely.
Oh, the fourth member of our crew, the wonderful, as always, Simon, Wandering DM. Who are you, and who are you playing?
Hello, I'm Simon at Wandering DM. I'm playing. Fuck, I have to remember the designation. Life-saving drone -0011. He is an older model of synth that was used as a mercy robot during the war ages ago, and the model that he currently, basically that is AI it currently sits in, is sort of this bulky humanoid shaped robot with like a donut like head. It's got multiple sensors in it.
Mhm.
He's got little arms and legs that poke out that seem to be made out of those pipes that come out of dryers to go in the wall. Basically, if you've ever seen the original Lost in Space,
Yep.
minus the threads, because I want to walk around instead of rolling awkwardly.
I have a follow-up question. Are you a human synth, a human-built synth, or a Mirai-built synth? Which species built you?
Oh, that is a good question. To answer, I would say my database has been corrupted, and I don't know.
Oh, I'm so sorry. How old are you?
How old was
Are
you
you like
again?
100 years old? Are you like? I mean, are you like how legit old are you? I just need to know for
Oh,
random reasons.
Yeah, I'm talking. Prob-
200.
the war
Like, how
happened
old are
less than 100 years ago, though, in the game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would have been built slightly prior to. So maybe
Okay.
let's say like 75 or something like that.
you? Okay. Good to know. For no reason. For no reason at all. And I am Trooper SJP, and I will be the Dreamweaver. I'll be running this campaign, this one shot. And with this, I think it is time to ask you each to give me 2 bits of information about 2 other people in this crew, since you have worked together doing science together for some time. And I'm going to go reverse order this time. Simon, give me 2 bits of information, 2 connections between 2 other characters, and I'm going to write down notes.
So, not between myself and someone else, two other people completely.
You and one other person, and then you and another other person.
Okay. I think. Oh boy. Let's see. Let's go with I'll start with Daba. You probably would have tried to repair me a couple times before. And to call my insides a cable salad is to put it mildly. Things were shoved in there with no regards to overheating, to aesthetic, or to safety features. It's a wonder I'm still able to move about. But you would have probably noticed that my body came originally with some sort of capacity for weapons, which has been completely removed and welded shut.
Mhm. I'm just writing down
And-
cable salad, capacity for weapons.
Yeah. Um, I'm gonna go with, because it would be funny if Jasper tried to like unlock stuff from my database, but at the same time,
Is that dangerous?
there's something with tanks as well because I suck at maneuvering anything. Now I'll go with Jasper, and I will say this because I'm gonna put you on the spot, B. You found something in my databases that
Oh.
made you react strongly, and you never told me what it was.
Okay, I was just gonna say, can I tell you? Do you know? Oh my goodness, I kept it from you. I like that.
Nice.
This unlocking of like your databases and like this past information is how do you feel about it? Are you like, yes, please do it, or is it like I'm being a little am I being weird about it?
I feel like given how old everything is inside and weirdly put together, it might have been some sort of like routine, like I hit a glitch about something, which you'll notice the three of you, it'll happen often. And maybe just through like a routine, like, you know, check or like rebuilding of or restoring of like a sector on one of my disks. Like you
Mhm.
found something.
I like that. Something from the war that we maybe don't talk
Oh,
about
you-
anymore. We do not.
Yeah,
talk
and
about that
I'm
right
giving
now.
you full liberty to do whatever you want with it.
I'll DM you, B.
Perfect.
I'll DM you for no reason.
I was
Just-
shooketh.
Yeah.
That is all.
While I'm DMing B with secret knowledge, PB, you're up next. 2 connections, if you don't mind.
Let's see. I don't want to say it's like competition because it's not. It's friendlier than that. But I think that between Tanks and Daba, there's a little bit of a competition whenever we're on a planet with water. Um, to not even like just a straight swimming contest because that's boring. No, like with flourish, like we will go out of our way to find a place with like obstacles and like maybe like low-lying things we can like jump over, and very much the kids thing of just like, okay, the person who can get over there the fastest wins, and we put everyone else on the team as the person who like, or the people who figure out who wins between us.
I'm always stuck
So it's like
timing. Ugh.
Yeah. It's like, oh no, the shallows, and we just have to cross them. We could go around, but oh, I guess we'll just have to do this.
And you know what? You're the pilot, so like you drop us wherever it's probably most convenient for us to have our fun.
And just trust me, the beach sand is a perfect landing spot.
It's nice and soft, doesn't get anywhere.
Making that note.
And
Sand.
I think that Daba, at the beginning of us working together, Jasper, I think Daba thought you were a little uptight, and would have gone out of their way to just mess with you as much as possible. One of the remnants being changing your name constantly on the computer.
Perfect. I think
and
I'm
it's just
some
always-
kind of like higher rank that is absolutely meaningless. Like you truly do the work that runs the ship. So like the ribbing was probably warranted.
1,000%. So it's just so still here and there, Daba will still do small things to just kind of inconvenience you slightly.
We are very important, and our very long title must be respected and kept the same. we are an aristocrat of the hive. There is no other way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think that's fair. Which is going to lead me to our next member. Jasper, can you give me 2 connections with 2 other crew members?
All right, I need something wholesome.
Aw.
Let's see. Tanks, what do you do in your off time? I don't know what our on time is necessarily, but like when we're working, like we're doing science stuff, but you're doing pilot stuff. But like, what does your off time look like?
That's a good question that I've definitely considered.
For sure.
Just give me a moment to jog my memory here. What does Tanks do in her off time?
I'm just trying to think of like what is an unlikely way to bond, like something
Yeah.
outside of the realm of like computers or piloting.
Exactly, because in her off time, Tanks does not want to be stuck doing all the stuff that she does do for work. Now, piloting is great fun, but I honestly think just, especially if it's a long-term mission and we're gonna be stuck cooped into a ship for God knows how long, trying to just take one room, and this is absolutely wasteful on any sort of spacecraft where space is at a premium. Take one room and turn it into just the coziest pillow fort that is scientifically possible to make, and constantly bugging you for equations on how to just make it slightly better.
Okay, hear me out. In my chambers, whatever that may be, in a trunk that is locked are like 10 to 15 super soft plushies that I try to keep hidden, but they are the best addition to this pillow cozy room fort that I have calculated to the letter. I really like that.
And the thing is, because it has to be unique, even if we're on the same ship over and over, it gets torn down and rebuilt completely different every time.
We're not allowed to like we can't dock wherever our main place is with that room present. We cannot have anybody step on board and see it.
No, we clear that out and fill it with like vials and test tubes and everything.
We put it back to what it was, like a lab.
Labs.
Who needs them? Need those?
That's wholesome. Oh, I
goodness.
love that.
And then I need another one. So it's kind of between like mechanic and LSD. What is your archetype?
Oh, I'm a medic. Sort of.
You got medic abilities.
Yes, you do. I can diagnose.
Okay, that's a hard one for me to really.
No. I am quite the doctor. Though you've probably never seen me operate on anyone on the ship. I'm hoping that no one gets injured.
Fingers crossed. Mandibles crossed. All right then. Daba, I think. Do we have is there like a piece of the ship that has been like you've been trying to build it, you've been trying to improve it for however long, and it's just like it's been eluding you? Because I would love to lend my stubborn abilities to like help you modify it in a way that would be just a little bit better, but you have to kind of listen to me turn my nose up the whole time.
It would be our rec room or whatever would be like the room where we hang out the most in. Dava is constantly trying to just like continue to trick it out. But it is in such an inconvenient location on the ship that every wire, every tube runs right over and around this room. So trying to like wire anything new is an absolute nightmare. But Daba refuses to have an outdated, uncool rec room. that they do put in a lot of effort on their off time to continue to improve it, including some on time on the hours, trying to
Well
improve it.
used time. All right. I definitely contribute to that. I think like our rec room would be like the mess hall as well. Like it would double as like the cafeteria slash, long tables.
Yeah.
So just like a lot of the unnecessary inventions, like we have like an orange juice squeezer, but like it's all automated. We've got like the chairs that like go up and down, except like every now and then you get launched in the air.
Yeah.
The
There's a
table's
Rube
supposed to
Goldberg
rotate.
machine on the wall.
All very ambitious and all kind of functioning, but cables everywhere. I love it.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. Yeah, those are my bombs. A lot of creative projects.
I see it. I see it. Balrog.
Why did you say
What are
that
your
threateningly?
the most wholesome connections you have with the other characters possible?
Torn between wholesome and bothersome, but we'll see how it goes. I have a question for you, Simon. How large is LSD? Like, how much LSD are we talking here?
We are talking, I am built like and probably from a washing machine. So I'm about washing machine wide. I mean, like modern 2024 washing machine, like standard. So like
Okay.
roughly just short of 3 feet wide.
Okay, that is actually very perfect.
My arms are placed to
Whether-
give hugs.
Yeah, whether this is positive or not is up to your interpretation, I suppose. But with the way you described it, it's a bit of a clunky build. And though you don't have treads, it doesn't sound like it's very easy for you to get around.
I don't have
Tenks
knees.
has long wondered how to install a piloting compartment within you. And is desperately trying to figure out, first of all, how to ask about it without being rude, and or how to make it happen without you necessarily knowing.
Out of character, I will say, while I'm in low power mode, you could do just about anything. He's not going to realize it. But
There's
if
so
you
much mess
ever
in there.
asked, if you ever asked LSD, he will say that the only time that you should mess in someone's innards is when they are wounded. I have been programmed to ensure that I never cut open anyone that doesn't need cutting open. And I do believe that it's the same for, the same applies to me as well. But if I do have a hole in me, I will trust that you know what you're doing, and if you install something, I mean, look at the mess that's inside. Half of me is probably useless.
I mean, Tanks has looked and is horrified. But so far, let's say there's a preliminary plan of having worked with you long enough to kind of figure out, okay, what sort of locomotion are we looking at? How can we maybe streamline that, and what kind of controls to set up? But hasn't done anything yet. Would love to, though. Basically, the continuing project of, can I fit in it? I want to drive it.
Oh, that's what you meant by that.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant installing like a piloting system to just help me, like, have more mobility.
No. I'm thinking like a mech suit for Tanks.
Yeah, because you're a rast, right?
Yep.
You're not quite tall.
Not quite.
Right, I'm looking at the art, and more often than not, you're shorter than a human. Yeah, there's probably a way to clean what's inside.
Yeah.
You might have even, like, I could see it as like we've started the process of gutting out pieces that are
Okay.
probably not used, and that might have been also what caused the errors that led to Jasper having to restore
Okay.
Bit of a
programs and all
discovery.
that. Yeah.
You know what? Let's do it. And then
See, you gotta watch out for like poking inside LSD because weird things happened. Like weird.
That's
old
the problem with
fail-safes.
experimenting with LSD.
Yeah, you really have to watch out for it. It's
Like, yeah.
Heck.
oh boy. Second one, I am going to turn to Jasper because with all this trying to essentially become the ultimate universal pilot, I would say Tanks probably bugs you a lot to just fine tune every kind of algorithm. Just kind of like, can you make this just like 1% more sensitive? Can you just get a little bit more output out of this? Just like comes to you with some sort of code base and just goes, look, I know there's a way to optimize it. Please just have a look.
This
Yeah.
is so unnecessary. We do
It's
not
like-
believe this is a valuable use of our time.
But the ship could go maybe like 0.3% faster, and it would save us fuel in the just that sort of thing, just constantly bugging you for if anything that isn't a mechanical upgrade. Because mechanical
that.
upgrades, Daba and Tanks have got it covered, but
Mhm.
the program, the code base is just one of those. That's gibberish. That's for someone else.
I like to think I dodge you sometimes in the hall. Like I'll look around the corners, like, oh, is that her? Oh, nope, gotta run.
You see me with just some sort of screen, looking concerned, like.
Daba will also go out of their way to be like, "Oh, hey, Jasper, what are you doing?"
We are not here.
Thank you, co-conspirator.
I got you.
lightheaded. I laugh so hard.
You see, Tanks does this out of respect for Jasper's skills.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
I believe that. Yep. All right then. With that, let us begin a little bit. I want to resize this artwork so that you can see it. But you are, what I should probably just do is make this page bigger and then everything can be there. Let's go from 25 to 25 to like 50 by 50 at least for now. All right, I'm going to move you to a new page and then you can see some things if you want. Like, I'm not the boss of you. You don't have to see things. I mean, All right. Map layer, and then I just need this. So, you have a Trinity spaceship that is yours, that you fly around in. It's the one that has been your home for quite some time. How long have you all been working together?
I feel like it's been some time. Like enough
Yeah.
that we know all like each other's quirks, and that we've been building forts that we take down and modifying parts of the mess hall to make it just more ergonomic and more chaotic. So at least a few years.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I'm good for a
3-4
few
years.
Yeah.
3 to 5,
So,
maybe somewhere around there.
3 to 5? I like to take notes just in case we have to come back and do more episodes. You know what I mean? Like, it's just important for me. Sometimes it happens. So, you've been together for 3 to 4 years, 3 to 5 years, part of the Trinity Science Team, and you are Science Team Alpha. There are multiple different designations, but you're a particular team that you've been together for quite some time. And the ship that you have been together in, I'm going to tell you this, I'm going to keep wanting to press buttons on my stream deck, and I can't because they will not do anything, and I just want you to know it. But you have a ship. It is one of the premier and top science ships in the Trinity. Let me move you here There we go. And the Trinity, of course, is this
Ooh.
consortium of species, the Thren, the Morai, and the humans, that have now sort of become intertwined with each other now in the future. And you have the Orchid, which is the boldest and most ambitious scientific vessel made, and it's a ship of hope in some ways, right? It's meant to herald a new age of space exploration, long haul space exploration, and it has everything that you need in it. Research station. It has its own maneuverability and its self-sustaining pool of resources. There are hundreds of personnel with room for guests and envoys, and launches for all sorts of shuttles and cargo lighters, and everything is great, and it's, it's everything. It's just that this is brand new and you don't have all of those people yet. You are you are mostly running. You have Mother, who is the sort of the big Mother used to be called Father, and it was the war AI, massive globe, like interstellar war network that the human Imperium used to just murder everyone. But it was rehabilitated and it's been turned into Mother, which is now an AI that sort of is helpful and is used to mostly make sure that planets that need resources get resources. And Mother helps sort of run all of the bits and pieces that you do not yet have people running for. And this is, by the way, brand new. There are only a few of them in production, and they've not really, none of them have gone on any long-term missions yet. They're still sort of working out everything, and you all are, because of how much respect they have for you all, it's a little bit secret. It's not like super secret, but like it's still being worked on, right? So it's not had its official rollout yet. But you all are respected enough that you all have been chosen to take the ship out for its get the rust off, get the mothballs out, get the kinks out. That's what it is, right? So you've been on this ship. You had a much smaller ship before, but now you've been upgraded to this brand new ship. You've had it for maybe 6-7 months, and you've not gone into any long hauls. It's mostly local things, nothing too outrageous, but just really trying to find out what works, what doesn't work, what needs to be adjusted. Apparently, you've all been making a whole bunch of adjustments to it that I don't know what headquarters thinks about that, but is what happens. You also have a couple of small shuttles, the Trinity Expeditionary shuttles, which are used by science, because usually you do not take your big Orchid down onto a place if you're going to go there. You take your shuttle down and you leave the Orchid up there. And you have this really sort of amazing suite of technology that is pretty darn cool, and many other people would be jealous. They would be jealous, to be on this ship. I do have a question, though, and my question is, what about this team makes you one that Trinity would entrust you with this brand new and experimental ship? Are you like the best or the worst? I don't know. What is it that makes you all the kinds of folks that they would give this experimental ship to test out?
I mean, Jasper is an aristocrat of the
Yep.
I can't
Of the
even find
Mirai.
it. Yep, I can
Yep.
definitely remember my own very long name. Of the moonlit reflection of, so as a tranquil turbulence, it's just kind of my right, our right. At
That
least
makes
that's
sense to me.
Jasper's perspective.
Sure. That makes a lot of sense to me. I have a question about this. It's not, I wouldn't really worry about it so much. It's not like a serious question or anything to think about, because why would it be? That would be weird. But if you're on this team, you're not where the Queen is. So you're quite distant from the Queen. Are you far away from the Queen because you're so great? I'm just curious.
Yeah, when those questions come up, It is because we were definitely sent as on a mission of great import that we cannot talk about, and not because we were exiled due to
Right.
bad behavior.
Right. I would imagine that there would be no bad behavior or anything like that. Yeah.
From
Okay.
Jasper, never.
Yeah. What about the rest of you all?
I'm gonna say for tanks, it's given the ship is relatively new, given that the systems within it are relatively new, and especially like, you've got a lot of shuttles, probably with slightly different configurations. You're gonna need somebody who can just test them. And Tanks has maybe taken that a bit too enthusiastically. And the shuttles may come back with slight modifications to enhance their performance that they'll just have to authorize afterwards.
Well, it's still a little experimental, and so any kind of things that you do, if they work out really well, they may be then incorporated into the next round of design.
Yeah. And Tanks just kind of heard the word experimental and thought, great, I'm allowed to experiment.
Okay. Yeah. What about dabadoo, feeling blue? Sorry, I just need you to know that every time I read your name, I just keep thinking about Eurodisco from the 90s.
So good. It's playing
It's so
in my
good.
head.
Yeah, and it makes me really happy. Daba, why were you put on this amazing new experimental ship?
It's funny you mentioned that. So there's this engineer called Diva Datit. Really well known, really really great at what they do. They actually invented like a whole new engineering system.
Oh, wow. Very
And
impressive.
it's really revolutionized a lot of things. Really someone you'd want on your team on like maybe like a new ship or something.
Yeah.
Real shame that the mail came to me instead of them, and I'm not one to turn down a job, so.
I do have one question. It's not, and I'm not implying anything, right? Did it just accidentally come to you? That seems weird.
As far as I know, it turns out that other species may be a little species. A Daba, they're Diva. Like our names are similar, but like, come on, they're not that similar. Diva, Dati, like, come on.
Yeah, no,
I
that's fair.
constantly get mail for someone called Tinks. It's weird.
Yeah, that was weird when that happened. I was like,
you thought the AI had it all figured out, but you're like, sometimes you just need actual people to actually do these jobs. And you know what? That's not my fault. I'm just here to get that bag,
That's fair, and I honor that. So let me see. I believe that leads us to LSD, a robot that is old, has got some cable salad inside, and apparently other stuff. Yeah, why were you invited?
I've got two ideas. Let me roll. Let me flip a coin. I came with the furniture. I was just there.
Interesting.
You're not even on the log. You're not recognized as like a crew member. You are.
May I make a
I like to
suggestion?
think I was like I was in a closet somewhere. Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say pretty much exactly like that. Of following up somewhat on what PB said. It may be that someone didn't necessarily recognize that you were actually sentient, and just saw you with us and thought, "Yeah, we got to get that inventory in there."
They're traveling washing machine. Gotta add that to the inventory.
In the log, I'm classified under like spare parts.
I'm so sorry, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Sure.
I will remember that when you lay bleeding.
And I'm gonna just think to myself, that's exactly what you all think. Awesome. So, because that's what you as a crew, that's what you think. That's good that you think that, because then you don't think other things. Great. So there you all are, in this brand new ship, the Orchid, and you've been taking it out here and there, and you have gotten a mission from Mother. This mission, by the way, I'm telling you in the past tense, because when we sort of officially open the curtains, we will open the curtains with you arriving in system. So, as you know, there were some unfortunate things that have happened in the course of history. A war, a really, really bad war. And that terrible, terrible war took its toll. It was violent. It was bloody. It was distressing. And I'm just putting up a new bit of a little map here, because the book has got these really cool maps, these system maps, which I think are very fun. So there's a system. It's called the Twilight system. There are sparkly vampires there. That is not true. It is. It is where one of the very last. It was like the last holdout of the old human imperium. This system was one of the places where the human imperium sort of fled to and sort of made their big last stand, their final stand. And it was rough. It was the fight for this space was terrible. The humans that were in this space refused any kind of diplomacy. They were fanatical, and it was just violent. So, Belladonna Station, which was designed, it is for a very peaceful group of people. You sometimes have to have big weaponry, and this was one of them. It was an entire space station that was designed to be to lock down a world in terms of like to besiege it, right? To sort of put an embargo on it, and it was just full of weaponry and it was a top of the line, most deadly sort of space station you can imagine, with internal food supply, and it could just go on forever. And it was this like the big, like your big weapon that the Thren had come up with. And it did its job, but there was just a lot of fighting, orbital defenses against the station, and nobody was allowed to in or out of the blockade except for but including civilians. Nobody could come in and out, and it was just really bad. And the people on Twilight, they disassembled their own terraforming devices to sort of make more weapons, and in the end, there was no food. Everybody starved to death. It was just terrible, actually. There was like one last civilian flight that was able to escape the blockade to get out. But in the end, after the aftermath of the war, is that the entire system itself is completely uninhabitable. It is full of planets with no atmosphere that are unbreathable. Twilight itself is just full of the wreckage of war, bunkers, wreckage of like mechs and tombs, right? Just like these buildings, bunkers as tombs. And nothing lives there, right? There's no atmosphere, nothing lives there, nothing can live there. It's just a graveyard. And the entire space around Twilight is full of the wreckage of ships, just wreckage. Belladonna Station itself has been abandoned, and it also is like this wreckage of war of this time. And the thing is, it's kind of embarrassing, right? It's also a bit traumatic as a space. Nobody goes here. It's a space that, because of the memory of the misery of that war and how many people died and how awful it was, and how the war itself destroyed any chance of life in this entire space, nobody comes here. It is it's something that nobody wants to go, and it's also on the edge of the space anyway, so nobody has to go there, and then nobody does. It's too upsetting. The thing is,
I
you
have
do
one
have.
question.
Please go ahead.
Given the nature of the station, is there any sort of dispute over who's responsible for handling cleanup or such?
Well, this would be Trinity because now everybody's together, right? So it would be Trinity who would do it. The only problem is that there is so much debris everywhere that it's not like, how do I put this? Like regular, if you were like a random sort of salvager who wanted to come in here, it would be very dangerous because there is just so much space debris. So people don't tend to. And the problem is a lot of the debris and salvage might also be weaponry that might be autonomous and might attack you. So, it's like, let's just leave well enough alone is sort of the thought. And people have done. What I will say is that this system is not particularly well monitored, right? Patrols will come through, drones will come through, they'll send sensors in and out every once in a while, and every year a sensor will come through to check out what's going on. And every year it's the same as the last time. Basically, it's dead. They track, there's like tracking to make sure that no debris sort of like gets out, that kind of thing, like icebergs, just to make sure nothing strange is happening. And generally speaking, every year it's the same. It is the wreckage. It is the reminder that trying to get peace can sometimes drive people to do terrible things. And there are some human separatists out there, not here because they don't live here because they cannot live here, who sort of remember Twilight as their, propaganda sort of tools. Now, mind you, Twilight, the Battle of Twilight is used as propaganda for human separatists, human supremacists, but they're, I suppose, not really relevant. That said,
It's like their lost cause thing.
yes, it is. It's their lost cause thing, and they're not, like, when I talk about human supremacists, they're not a lot of them. It's not like they're this massive force you have to worry about. They're just like, sort of like pockets of people hiding out somewhere in a bunker, you know what I mean? And they can be trouble, but the thing is, a few months ago, the probe came through this system again, and something was different. There was an asteroid that was making its way through space in this sort of coming into this system. It's an asteroid that clearly had a very, very long orbit, or like a trajectory through space, because no one had seen this asteroid before, and it was very large. It was the size of like Pluto. Right? So it was basically planetoid size, this asteroid, and it was going to make its way through the system. And the probe happened to be there, was like watching this asteroid come through. And as the asteroid comes into the Twilight system, it gets caught in the gravitational well of the star, and it sits in orbit. So now there is a brand new, this asteroid is now a new planetoid for this system, and has just sort of like kind of been pulled into this system. So there's this asteroid, and the probe noted it, and it scanned it, and what it learned is that there was no sentient life on this asteroid, but the asteroid did have an atmosphere. The Trinity has a policy that no contact towards sentient beings. It's about, they have to come to you. There's no we're not going to colonize any people, right? They have to come to you, and if they want to join, they can, but we're not invading people's planets. You can go to places that don't have any sentient life on it, right? That's okay. That's within the rules of contact. And this asteroid, weirdly, had an entire atmosphere and huge amounts of flora, like full flora sort of signals were happening. And now it's sort of stuck in the orbit of this sort of dead system. So the next thing you do, of course, is you send a rover out. and they sent a rover out to go and land on this asteroid to just check out what's happening. Good, like, nice little lander sort of lands in there, does its little remote control business, and when it landed, what it saw was something amazing. This asteroid had fauna, like trees that were like 100 feet tall, like ferns that were 50 feet wide. It had, like, imagine like you're in the Devonian era. Like, imagine like you're in some kind of prehistoric space where all of the living flora and fauna is just completely gigantic. Amazing. Nobody knows where this asteroid came from. Nobody had any record of this asteroid before. But that was amazing. Now, I will say, there is a reason why you happen to be here in person, and that it's not a big deal. I would not be concerned at all. It's just that the rover that was sent to go and do the mission of gathering information, its battery died, and its battery died, so it basically has absolutely no power, and it no longer can communicate at all. And I suppose that can happen. Now, your batteries are very, very good. They last a very long time, so it is not normal for your battery to sort of run out like it did, but it did. But they did. They're like, look, they were what's the word? Transmitting information the entire time before it all conked out, and there was no signs of attack or anything like that. So there was no sense of any kind of like, oh no, bad guys are here. Just sort of the battery died. So they figured what they would do is they would send you all out, because you were in the area, you're not in the system, but you were close enough, to go and check it out. They thought that maybe we should have an in-person team, away team, take a shuttle down, check out what's happening in this place. What is this asteroid? Find out what it's about and report back. And
Sounds
you
reasonable.
all, very reasonable, have arrived in system. And it is this amazing star, right? The sun that is shining, and wreckage. And on the very outside edge, just caught right in the gravitational pull of this star, is this planetoid. You know how everyone's like, Pluto's a planet. Ha ha. No, it's not. Poor Pluto. It's like that. Our poor little asteroid is now sort of functioning right on the outside of this system in this orbit, just floating through space. Right now, we have a new addition to our universe, and you all are going to be the first to lay foot upon this asteroid. But I will note, as you come into the system and you see this brand new asteroid, beyond it, of course, you see death. Right? You see the Belladonna station. You see all of these. And the ships are twisted, right? They're like, they've been shot with a long time ago. It's been over 50 years. But you can just see space junk and the wreckage. And then, of course, the planet Twilight itself, devoid of atmosphere or life, floating in space. I would like to ask you all, as your ship arrives, before I hand it over to you in the briefing room, what is your relationship to the war? None of you here are humans. There are no humans here on this ship. So none of you are part of the Human Imperium, but the Human Imperium did a number on space. They really just... I mean, it was really bad, you know? I mean, everything's fine now because we're all now in a Trinity and everything's okay. But, I mean, it was not great for a long time. So, and it was only 50 years ago. So I do wonder, what is your relationship to the war as you come into this most infamous system?
I think my hive fought in the war. We're a plentiful people,
Yeah.
but these are stories that have been told for generation upon generation. So I like Jasper's familiar with some war stories from like a very Mariah perspective.
Oh, my friend. The humans. It was the attacks on the Marai that started everything. Um,
Oh.
the humans saw you all and thought you were bugs and thought that as bugs they should be squashed. And just went to just like really not really what's the word negotiate, but just to annihilate.
Mm-hmm.
What they didn't know was that the Marai, you all have had a long-standing alliance with the Thren, the Sisterhood of the Thren, and the Thren matriarchs. And when the humans attacked you all, and like not in a, oh, we want to come and hang out with you, but just like, oh, we want your planet kind of a way, you know? The Marai reached out to the Thren, and the Thren was like, okay, well, we can't let this go on anymore. And the Thren and the Marai joined up and they formed the sister alliance. And it was you two that were able to sort of push back this, what this was. And the Marai took the initial first big brunt until the Thren could come in. And it was then you two as a unity that came in. And it was the idea that once the humans were defeated, it would not do right to use the master's tools, right? You can't just then destroy them. You have to bring them in and show them what it means to be a citizen of the universe that is kind and giving and that does not work through greed and capitalism and these things. And the rehabilitation process was also the Marai and the Thren together were very instrumental when there were other species who were not so excited about it, right? Who were like, nope, we don't, none of that, right? And they're like, we can't. But you know, you too, your species were really made a case to the galaxy that you have to break the cycle of violence, and you have to do that by changing them, right? And you all changed the humans. The humans all changed you as well in some ways, right? In that experience, yeah.
That's very cool. This makes me want to read more about the Marai. Like,
They're very cool.
what was the actual human human interference? Did we always have the aristocrats, or was that kind of like an impact of
always
the
did.
humans? Okay, 'cause
always
it's
did.
very. There's like some ego to that I wouldn't
Yeah.
expect, but I
Yes.
like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had an idea. My
I'm ready
voice
for
is
it.
now
I see
going, but I actually need to check with PB real quick because with both of us having picked character archetypes that are kind of more on the mechanical side of things from different approaches, but very much on that streak. I wonder if we might both have a history in the sort of I don't know how young you were planning to be, but maybe not involved in the war directly, but at least in the rebuilding effort in the aftermath. And having just kind of seen what's left behind, and maybe we weren't directly affected by it, especially with the way the rest are sort of mobile in very different subcultures. But I wonder if the rebuilding effort might be something we share in common.
Before you answer that
Yeah, it
question,
was definitely.
I do want to go back to a question that Diane asked earlier because it is sort of relevant when I said that salvage would be the realm of the Trinity. It is, and I just want to note that the three Trinity races are the Thren, the Marai, and the humans, not the rest. You are, of course, welcome. Everybody is welcome, but like just random Rasts who have not joined the Trinity Science team would not be authorized to come here. Just pointing that out. Go on.
And it's definitely in line of what I was thinking, though maybe not as in a very noble way, but it is in line of what I was thinking.
Yeah. I mean, I've messaged Trooper with an idea, which is not very noble in itself either, but
That seems very noble, very mysterious. Yeah. Yeah, sounds good to me. how do you feel about the war?
Me?
Yes, my brand new robot who is old enough to have probably served in it, but you don't remember, so I wouldn't worry about it.
When I think back on the war,
Mm-hmm.
all I have is a half-corrupted spreadsheet with words like casualties, lives saved, and then numbers next to it. I don't even know which side I fought for. All that I know is that I had a ratio of 3-1. I could save a third of the people. That doesn't look super good on a resume, but
Yes.
given the magnitude of the war, it was probably the best he could do. Yeah, there are no visuals left. There are probably like corrupted audio recordings or hidden stuff somewhere on
Yes.
one of my many
Absolutely,
drives,
there are.
but the only file that I can access is this, and it's just, what do I know about the war? That many billion people died. I saved that many, hundreds of millions disappeared. However many planets were blown up, etc., etc. But I don't have anything more than just stats. It's very cold.
Is it the publicly available stats, like the information that like most folks could find?
No, well, I think most of it, yes, and then some of it, like my own personal stats during the war, is not something that's necessarily publicly available. But yeah, I'd say like maybe 2/3 are publicly available, and the rest is normally, civilians would not find it, but it's there, and I really don't care about keeping it redacted.
Very cool.
Jasper, can I get a roll from you?
Yeah. How do I
Could
do?
I get a systems roll?
I think you can.
Yes, please. So in this game, now I will say, actually, I'm going to give you some choices because this is about interpreting and working with the data that you took from LSD, right? It's sort of like that's so this is like a thinking about that. So you can think about systems, which is about understanding and manipulating digital and theoretical systems and sciences. You could also do insight, which is normally about the intent and thoughts of another, but I feel like you could still do that. I think is also fine. So in this game, for our audience, we have stats and skills. We have 4 core stats: care, cognition, alacrity, resilience, and empathy. Scrutiny would also work. You could do scrutiny. I would say scrutiny or systems would work. This is a cognition roll, and you have stats for them, and you get a number of d6s, which is your stat plus your skill, and any edge you might have, and you roll them all, and a 6 is a success. You just need 1 6 to be a success, and any extra 6s you get, they're called twists, and you can use them for extra information, or you could turn them into an edge. And one thing that's sort of important about the dice system here is that they have something called edge. And they start off with 0 edge, and they can get more edge when bad things happen to them, or if they choose to get edge. Edge also always works as extra dice. So the more edge you have, the more likely you are to succeed. Each one of them also has a very special ability, their edge break, which is based on their archetype. They can do this really cool thing when they hit their edge threshold, and they can then it's like their big superpower, right? Yes, thank you. It's their ultimate move, and you can only trigger it when you get enough edge. Right? So if you build up your edge, then you get to trigger big move. The only problem, of course, is that the more edge you have, the more likely you are to start having some problems because Yeah. If you hit a 1 on your edge dice, you're going to start getting some shocks, right? So this is not good for you. It's like a push pull, right?
Love
These
it.
Yeah, the edge is like you're getting more and more on edge. You know what I mean? Like it's getting you more and more. It's not great to have lots of edge, but you can use your ultimate move for it.
I
So
like the
there's
trade.
a
Very cool.
yeah, and it's also extra dice. So, if you might roll that for me, either any one of those cognition skills that you would like, although not medicine. So either scrutiny or systems.
Okay, I'm going to use systems, and it's asking for a modifier. I think that would be the edge, so I'm not going to put anything there, correct?
That is correct. Although actually, you could. I think that it might actually the character sheet might already incorporate your edge. But if you had like a bonus or a minus, I would say. Actually, let me ask you because I have to ask. This is important. Did you fight in the war?
No,
Okay.
I wasn't hatched.
You weren't hatched yet. Okay. How invested is Jasper in the history of the war?
Honestly, not a lot until the discovery within LSD systems. It kind of became like a personal motivation to find out more information, but
Oh.
prior to that, it was like, ugh, the war is so passe.
How much have you done in the ever since you found that?
Probably a lot. It's been a little time consuming, like
Yeah.
I haven't dedicated any real time to upgrading the pillow fort room or improving any of the rec room inventions. It's really just been researching all of the dark web side of the war information.
In which case, take a +1 bonus to represent that research that you've been doing.
Okay, and then what did I do wrong that this is not? Come on, roll 20. I believe in the powers of you.
I believe in the powers of the dice, the heart of the dice rolls.
Like no
Should-
character was found. Let me X and then try that again.
Let's see. Hello, Moonlit. So you should be able to
Moonlit
sort of
reflection.
hit systems, right? And then give don't put a +1, just put a 1, because that's how roll 20 can be weird that way.
Fair. Okay, let's try that again. Just a regular one.
I tested dice earlier and I was like, oh, nice, okay.
They look really cool.
Yeah, they look the character sheets. So I can show you all what they look like.
Okay, well, that's not gonna.
Let me see. If I hit systems,
Will you? be
no
able to
character
roll
was
for me?
found for. I see that. If I hit 1, what happens? What happens when I do it? No character. That is so strange.
What a bizarre.
Do me a favor.
Reload.
Just roll a 10d6,
Okay.
and we will look, and I will see what I can do about your character sheet because it was right there.
Bring up that advanced roller.
And I'm going to go and look at this for the moment. What do we have here?
2 6s in there.
2 6s. All you needed was 1.
Woo.
So, 1 gives you a success. The other one is a bonus, which is a twist, which means you can decide what you'd like to do with it. Your choices are, and this is just a thing to note because you may want to ponder it for the future because they are exciting. You can trade that twist in for an edge, right? To give you start building up some edge if you like. You can use it to do whatever you were doing quicker or stealthier, right? So now some of these things will not apply right now because you're not in a situation where you're under a time pressure, but sometimes you will be. So you can do. Where's my twist? So you can get a +1 die on a future test that is related to this or the same. You can give a success to another person trying to do the same thing. You can get additional information. You can just look really great when you do what you're doing. You can do it faster. You can do it more covertly, or you can get an edge.
Oh, I think I like the additional information.
Okay. So here's the thing about what Simon said. All of those things are true. We're going to just yes and that one. Everything that Simon said was true. But, it's a yes but. All of the data you have been able to track to like a time and space, like a historical point in time. And LSD is older than that time point. So it's
What
like
happened
all this
before?
data starts and everything is there, but there is a gap where there are not those logs about all the saving of people, not saving people. That's all there, but you're like, you were able to track it through like casualty numbers, right? Through like battles. And there are at least a good 10, 15 years that LSD was built and clearly operating and around for. That are not in that log. Maybe there's another log somewhere, but it's not there.
I like that.
You may now ask me for your additional information because you have a twist.
Okay, so yes, please.
It's like a gap, basically, right? There's like an early gap. It's like you have no idea, and we are now saving people as a medic. You're like,
But like they're a synth, like if they were activated before, which like I'm pretty certain he was, like what were they doing during that time? What was their prime directive? Who were they
Yeah.
operating under?
yeah.
Okay, because that I want to learn more about.
And you can ask me whatever you like because you have that twist.
I would like to learn more I want to know more about what. Oh, what do I not know? What evidence can I find about their just what would have happened during that time? That that gap period where there really is not a lot of data. Is there any evidence that I can find?
What kind of evidence are you looking for? What are you looking for?
Honestly, just like traces of the original, like the original data, the original, there's a word I'm looking for, program that was installed. Who created it? Are there remnants of it? Was it completely wiped? What can I find that even shows me that existed?
Okay.
Like when I log into safe mode on LSD.
So what I would say is there is evidence of 3 phases of LSD's life. There's one phase when LSD is working as a medic for the human Imperium. And then there's another phase, a later phase, when the Trinity has come and reprogrammed and like rehabilitated LSD to make LSD, like there was like a whole lot of like fixing the problems of the human Imperium. So there is an evidence of sort of rewriting of code and rewriting LSD and it, from what you can tell, it was completely, what's the word? Voluntary and consensual, right?
Cool. Okay.
That's how the Trinity works, right? The Trinity does not do these things non-consensually, but like there was like and it wasn't like we're going to reprogram. It's more like let's go through a rehabilitation process. So there is like a reworking that happened from the sort of the early medic space to this later space, but it seems to you that there was something traumatic that happened in this blank before that. Like basically, it seems as if the best thing you could guess is that LSD was captured and LSD went through some kind of self-destruct mechanism to destroy all evidence of whatever was going on before. And so like all of that was wiped. It seems as if there were clearly fail-safes and triggers and like internal bombs. But the thing that might strike you as odd is that that first part when LSD was up, they were working for the human Imperium. So whatever they were doing before, working in the human Imperium's military to try to solve casualties, being integrated into the human Imperium's military must have been thought of as being captured or being taken outside of whatever they were doing before, so much so that everything was wiped.
Yes, okay. So it's the thing that brought them to the human Imperium that was like the not good thing, and that's what I'm very curious about.
Yeah, but
Sorry,
this
LSD,
is
I'm gonna keep-
definitely a human-built synth. So they were built by humans. Something was going on, and then at some point in time, they were integrated into the human Imperium, but whatever that was triggered some kind of failsafe to destroy all of their memory banks and records, and whatever happened before.
Aw, little LSD.
Also, I will note, because it was brought up, that welding shut of the weapons compartments, that you would say that happened when they were in the human Imperium military.
Weird. Okay.
So that was not a thing that happened later with the Trinity. That happened with the human Imperium military. So before they were at the human Imperium, when they were a medic, they had weapons ports. Good ones.
So suspicious. Yeah,
I wouldn't be
okay.
it's not suspicious.
Not constantly running scans on LSD, like, we just don't understand this.
And so you all find yourself on the edge of the system in the briefing room as the sun shines. And Mother says, "Good 10-hour period." By the way, just so you know, the days are 30 hours, and you have one 10-hour work block, and then the other 20 hours are your own per 30-hour day. Greetings, Science Team Alpha. We have arrived in Twilight. What does your break room look like as the ship sort of silently smooths and glides through space?
Abba, I feel like you and I have been a major contributor.
Yes. So I would say that it has all of the, like, every edge of this room has like an LED strip. That can, just so you know, classic Gen Z millennials LED strip. Just, you can change it whatever color. No overhead lights. No
Oh, God.
oppressive, homophobic overhead lights.
Nope. Can't have it. This is a post-patriarchal game. No oppressive overhead lights. Nope.
No, only soft, colorful lights everywhere. And we have like the like cozy corner, I'd say, the one with like a like recliners and like a old couch there, but the recliners definitely have been tampered with in one way or another for extra comfort. Also being bucked off of it occasionally, there's glitches in the system. It
It's a
happens.
risk reward, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Exactly.
very cozy.
Yeah, some would call it a feature. There's also like, the TV and, all the cozy things you would have there. And next to this cozy thing, cozy space, you have like the tea coffee making bar area, also completely tricked out. It's actually a Rube Gold machine.
Nice.
That works depending on which way the ship's tilted. And
no.
then
I mean, it's flawless.
Yeah.
Absolutely flawless. We've calculated
You know,
it for
gyros-
like...
Yeah, gyroscopes are expensive, y'all. I don't know if you guys know this. So really, it's up to you whether or not you use it. It's how we limit coffee intake on the ship.
It became a real big problem. So when we got on the swanky ship, it was like, well, here's how we're gonna limit the caffeine intake.
Yep.
Tanks doesn't
It's
bother
like we're-
using it just because it takes forever to get a cup out.
It works. And then we have like the long long tables where you would sit down and eat. And those have like a warming plates like on them so your food stays warm.
Yes.
They're like third hand use though, so there's like some scorch marks on top. Don't worry about it. Then there's then there's like the official table that we all sit on. That's really nice. It has like a thing that'll pop out in the middle. And it when mother's talking, it'll like light up. Kind of like Alexa balls do sometimes. And it works most of the time. And yeah, and our chairs are all
Most of the
there.
time.
They pop up from the ground. There's supposed to be 6. The 6th one kind of gets stuck halfway. You have kind of have to yank it up sometimes,
Pull it
but
up,
you
yeah.
know, yeah, but you know, neither here and there. There's like a crank on the side if it gets stuck. You know,
I picture like those old school windows, so you gotta like roll up and down, except it's for a chair.
100%. Everything in here has like that like that feel of definitely went to the junkyard and just grabbed a bunch of stuff and made it work.
We are in the top of the line, like barely tested, military grade ship, and we're filling it with our junk, and I love it. I love it so much.
Like
The
this is
ship
our
itself-
space.
Exactly. The ship didn't feel like ours. It was too sterile. It was too neat. It was like, no, we needed personality in here. And if that personality happens to consist of a pile of junk, then so be it.
That's meant to
They
be.
need to be
That's
hired,
rude. I have a
mostly.
name.
Oh, we didn't see you there, LST. You gotta move away from the garbage bin.
Wow.
I,
Coincidentally,
would be
we have a
so-
built-in dryer washer like right next to the area too. But it came with the ship, and like it's too hard to move plumbing in the ship, so we couldn't move it.
Oh,
Most
gosh.
of the nameless, faceless crew members, the red shirts, just throwing their shit at me, thinking I'm the washing machine or the trash. I'm a doctor, for Christ's sake.
I'm the doctor, not a washing machine.
There are little automated laundry boxes or little laundry baskets that Tanks has designed, which anytime someone throws something at LSD, it just gathers that up and drives it directly back to their cabins. Just to sort of like, no, you're fixing this yourself.
Yes.
Oh, I like that.
There's a lot of
Mother
complaints
says.
about the laundry machine.
Science Team Alpha, we have arrived. There are no new signals in the system other than the asteroid.
How close are we to the asteroid?
We are cruising now into shuttle distance. We will make an orbit around the asteroid if that is to your desires.
It sounds good. We're gonna have to learn sometime.
As long as the landing is safe, we are content.
Pilot on duty says yes.
Of course, the ship is not authorized to land on the planet itself. You will have to take the shuttle down.
Shuttle tanks, ask them which shuttle is the best one. Like comfort-wise. We want to be comfortable.
In terms of speed, the best shuttle is, and the mother just goes off with a bunch of like statistics, none of which have anything to do with comfort, by the way.
Oh yeah, no.
Gas mileage.
Tanks just
speed.
takes out like one of those like little handheld displays, just quickly types up, okay, shuttle 17, ignore mother, and just holds it up for everyone to see.
Yes, we are pleased with that one. We would prefer to ride in that shuttle. This will be an easy mission, and we would like to be comfortable.
Shuttle 17 is not the most efficient. The most efficient is the one without the cushion seats, Shuttle 4.
Mother, shuttle 17 will be perfectly adequate for this mission.
Understandable.
We want the cushions.
I will prepare Shuttle Bay 17. And you can just, you can see like little lights going about the station as that sort of bay is going to be sort of oxygen is moving in and out, and it's going to be ready for our pilot.
Mhm. Shuttle 17 may have modifications besides the pillows that Mother doesn't necessarily have to know about.
We look forward to this. Before we go, make sure everybody we suit up. As the commanding officer in this mission, we want to make sure everybody is going to perform at their best abilities and make us look great.
I am already suited up.
Yeah.
Synth. Do you have anything else you want to do before you go?
I am going to type a message to Mother to refer to Jasper as Lavender for the rest of the mission.
We will not be able to focus. I feel like there's like
Captain.
a HUD on the helmets.
Just like, like sometimes it might say kick me in the back, but it just says Lavender, Captain.
Yeah.
The shuttle bay is ready for you all to embark.
All right, let's do it. Let's go down, see what this megafauna asteroid's like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I have given you a new. Yeah, I think it was probably the name with the extra characters. So is that systems role going to be for you to navigate to try to get to the rover?
I mean, I can definitely calculate the navigations map, but I won't be piloting.
Yes, but you have the pilot and also you need some navigations. So I'm going to take that systems role you just made, which was 3. And can I get an operations role from our pilot?
Well, since you asked nicely.
Please. By the way, what would you have to do with those 2 twists that you have? You can give a +1 to your pilot. You have a number of options with those twists.
Yeah. Pilot definitely takes 1. And I'm going to hoard the other for an edge.
Please add an edge to your character sheet.
Thank you.
Did you give yourself your boat? Did you give yourself the bonus +1 to flying?
Yes, I did.
Excellent.
I have 1 success. It's enough.
It is.
It is enough. That is all you need. So the shuttle, sleek and small, flies in towards this asteroid. And as you're flying towards it, you see clouds. You see atmosphere. And you are flying in, and it is not particularly easy to find this rover, which is no longer sending out a signal, right? You have to go with like the last coordinates of where you knew where it was, and it may not be in the same space, and there's a bit of a hullabaloo to try to find this spot. But our pilot is very good. Please go on.
I have a question based on also what I said to you regarding finding the rover and all. Would you permit me to say that one of the things that has been tinkered with and maybe installed extra is a sort of inert tech scanner, something to find and detect certain certain types of circuitry and wiring and such?
Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
That one is on, and it is a very tiny little display right next to me that is not logged in the ship's systems.
Weird, my friends. You all notice that as the little sensor pings.
That looks important.
Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit of atmospheric reading.
Well,
Your piloting is adequate.
High praise. Thank you.
Wow. LSD must be in a good mood.
Wow.
I do not do mood.
No.
I do good work.
That is true.
To be determined upon landing.
rover coming into view in 30 seconds.
Excellent.
And as you break through the cloud cover, what you see is phenomenal. It's like something out of storybooks or history books. It is something that it's like one of those things. If you ever get the chance to see a planet like when it's young and fresh, when everything is, but like not so young there's like no life, but like in that moment when everything is just verdant and green, and what you see is like the most abundant life that you can imagine. Everything is growing huge and massive. It is like whatever the soil here is probably the most like the richest soil ever, because all of the trees are just like over 100 feet tall, and there's just like moss, and there are flowers that are like 15 feet tall. Everything is just massively huge, and none of this sort of flora is anything that you all recognize as being from your home species. I mean, it's familiar to you, LSD, sort of.
I was going to say, can I just scan quickly what these are, and just to know if anything is, poisonous?
Absolutely. That sounds to me like this is a cognition roll, but would you like to do medicine? Would that be what you'd like to do with that?
Yeah, I was going to go medicine or scrutiny. I don't know which one of the two you wanted.
You could do either one. They do different things.
I'll go with medicine.
By the way,
my specialty.
You get a +1.
Oh, wait. Okay, so I can put a modifier in there. All right.
Yeah. Just a 1 for reasons.
Let me just check something. I don't need that yet. Nope. Okay, cool. All right. Medicine with a +1.
2.
That's a lot of dice for not a whole lot of successes.
Oh, but that's a success and a twist, which means you can either get an edge or get extra information, do it faster.
I do not gain edge.
Oh.
I don't do that. I'm not the newfangled synths with those fake skin models and all that. I'm the bulky metal old synth. I'm reliable. I am not built with shit, if I have to think about it, the joke dies. No, planned obsolescence.
Right, of course. So what would you like to do with that twist of yours?
I would like to go on the page with the twists.
68.
68, thank you. Sorry about that. I would like to... I want to look good doing it.
Oh.
What does that even look like for you?
I want all the blinkers in like the transparent donut that is my head to just go off like some sort of disco ball that only has about 3 colors and 2 of them are sepia tone. And it just beep, 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 and I will print out a readout of what I found from a little slot in me. Something comes out of my slot.
Okay, I'm glad Lindy's not here, because Lindy would say things about that.
I know, right?
Lindy's here in spirit with just that comment alone.
It's true. LSD. 1.
Yes.
The atmosphere is perfect for life. It is habitable. It is breathable. It's absolutely ideal atmospheric conditions. No taint, no radiation, nothing. It is better than it could ever be. All of the flora that you see you recognize it as flora from Terra, from Earth. But it is flora from planet Earth. It's a little bit odd because the flora on Earth was not this big. It looks to you as if this is flora that has been accelerated in its growth in some sort of form, in a slightly uncontrolled way, right? As if somebody gave it like Miracle Grow, and then it just kept giving it Miracle Grow, and it is just continuing to grow. It's clearly been, you would say, probably altered. You'd have to sort of get samples, but you would guess probably altered in some way to be faster and better able to grow. And whatever this is probably some sort of, you'd have to check the actual genetics of it. But you will say that I will say this. Absolutely zero. There are no bugs. There are no birds. There are no beavers. There is absolutely zero fauna that you could tell with your scans at all. None.
I'll relay that to the crew, just shredding a little piece of paper. Good news. You will not die breathing the atmosphere. You can take off your helmets. Furthermore, there are no... Scratch that. There are living organisms, but there is no fauna. While I discourage you from licking the plants, they are not poisonous. Also, these are part of the Terran flora. But there is an issue. I think I'm voiced by William Shatner. What the fuck?
Nice. Nice.
No, it's good.
That makes sense.
It's what
That
I
actually
hear
makes
now.
a lot of sense. Yep.
Either these trees have been accelerated in their growth, or we have been reduced in size.
Well, we know clearly it is the first. And
How are you so sure?
we would know. There were no readouts to do such.
The shuttle has not changed in size, and we are still the same in relation to it.
But what if the shuttle also reduced in size?
Then we have other problems, and I don't want to think about them.
We should just keep an open mind. That said, puts the paper in his shredder slot.
Oh no.
We should keep an open mind, though I suggest not to open literally your mind, as I have very little supplies on me.
Understood. And you have located the rover?
No, I was undergoing tourist mode. I was just taking stock. I can look for the rover.
Please turn off tourist mode. Now is not the time.
Jasper, you
The
have
rover-
located the rover.
I have no idea where it is. I'll just, like, spin around on myself very
Okay.
awkwardly.
I'll turn over to tanks. The rover over here. Okay, so if I locate it on this side of the map, like how far is it in relation to where we are?
Oh, your pilot succeeded. They can land right by it.
Yeah, but how close do you want to be to it? And do you want me to land on the megafauna? The megaflora, or do you want me to land between it?
We are unfamiliar with Earth flora. Could we land upon it?
Commander, I'm familiar, for some reason, with Earth fauna.
Are you?
This is a maple tree. This is a birch. This is a giant dandelion.
Whoa, the wind
Again,
blows
I
it.
will reiterate we are small. Or this entire asteroid is a message, a warning about the GMO industry.
The GMO.
I
don't have the emotional capacity to get into that one, but let's
I'll
land
just
next
sit-
to the rover.
I'll just set us down right next to it and avoid any of the sharper looking leaves. And I will do
When
exactly that.
when they were getting a reading of, whatever the rover was sending out before it died, is there also a log of its battery usage?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Would you give me a systems roll? Or
Uh,
basically scrutiny or systems, either one of those two would work.
I shall do a scrutiny roll.
One of those two. They're both fine. No successes. So
happened?
basically, you did not have access to the logs. If you could get to the rover itself right beforehand, you might be able to check the rover and look at it to find out what happened.
Fair enough.
We are prepared to step outside the ship. Hold on to my helmet next to me. How is
Just-
everybody else?
Just a quick question. Is the rover of a size that is it small or is it large enough to use as a vehicle?
It
gotta
would.
ask.
Well, I would not want large species to use it as a vehicle. Think about it as like a large lawnmower size, like the kind that you maybe would sit in. So it's like
Okay.
like big enough.
You're
but-
saying vehicle, and that's all I need to hear. Tanks is bringing a spare battery.
Okay. All right. As you,
I assume we
emerge-
have those.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
As you emerge, I'm just asking how many people are going to be using up their life support systems by having their helmets on.
I don't like how you
Non-wi-
said using up. Did not appreciate the tone in which you said that.
yeah, not gonna use it, but definitely keeping it along.
Okay. Just want to
Nope,
know if you've activated it.
Nope, my helmet's back at the ship. LSD
Okay.
said the butt readout said that the air is great.
Yeah.
It's only
It's
for
tearing
washing
me, so I'm
machine.
gonna go ahead and keep my my helmet on.
Okay.
Mhm.
You're keeping it on. I will take a note of that. Thank you.
I'm
Our dear mechanic.
carrying it
sense.
with in case that in case of any swimming happening. We've had a readout for the atmosphere. We haven't had a readout for any sort of liquids or such. So if I need to go diving, let's just make sure my eyes don't get irritated.
Oh, yeah. I just want to know who's got their machinery turned on and is using their life support. That's all. So only
I'm
one
not.
of you. Okay. So,
I am
As you
gonna
step
be
out.
keeping an eye on the battery, by the way, because I am curious as to why this thing died.
which battery? The battery that you're taking with you?
No, the battery on assumedly my life support system.
Oh, sweet. Thanks. I'll take note of that.
Yeah.
You step out into this thick, lush foliage, and it is completely silent. There are no sounds of birds or bees or insects, just the silence of the most pristine and beautiful nature that you've ever seen, untouched by anything, including pollinators. And as you make your way through, like this sort of underbrush, you get to where the rover is. And what you see is the rover sitting there with like kudzu grows real fast, right? With this sort of like these vines overgrowing it. It also looks to be 200 years old.
This is not our rover. Tanks, you have led us in the wrong direction.
I would like to examine the rover just to, confirm findings. So, briefly looking at Jasper with that glare of how dare you question me. Not even saying a word, just
I know the look.
This is going to be some mechanics to, well, there are different ways. Mechanics for the machine itself, systems to get into its computers.
first
And
the
you can
machine
also do
itself.
scrutiny as well. And if anybody wants to help, people can help. And if you help, you can give a die bonus.
Uh, just in terms of like how Tinks goes about this is going to be mechanics, just because it's an analysis of just like the actual like the outer casing, the inner workings, examining, okay, like what era is this actually from based on the technology inside, just looking at it and thinking, okay, this power converter, I know this model, when's it from?
Look at that serial number.
Yeah, exactly.
Is anyone going to aid in mechanics?
I will
Yeah.
not.
I will.
I have a question. Yeah, no, go ahead. You will aid. Get a bonus die. Tanks.
Okay.
Oh, and I'm sorry. What is your skill? No, you get the whole. You actually get all of the skill. What is your mechanic skill? You might have to add a couple more dice.
It's skill is 2. Sorry.
Daba, but what is your mechanic skill?
3.
Add 2 more dice to that roll.
Okay, hang on. Should I just re-roll the whole thing?
No, just roll 2d10.
Okay.
2d6.
Don't you mean
pardon me.
D6?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Nothing.
But you get 1.
Yes.
So, as you two, both Daba and Tanks, sort of start looking at this rover, it is yours. This is exactly the one that was sent here last month. And it was a brand new rover because y'all are like, getting some new stuff. And the battery died because it ran out. It looks as if this thing has rapidly aged. A century in a month is what it looks like.
Okay. But basically all the internal workings are what they should be, what we would expect to find, just
Corroded.
basically, yeah, decomposed, eroded, gone
Yeah.
with the elements.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. Tinks just kind of pokes, prods. Given that role, can I ask, can I already tell whether or not putting in a battery will even make a difference?
Oh, it wouldn't. This thing is
Okay.
beyond corroded and dead. And it's like even like parts of the chassis beginning to like rust and like have got holes in it.
Okay. So Tanks is just going to turn around, take the spare battery, toss it over to Daba and go, yeah, we're not going to need this. That's the right one. It's got all the right parts, but it is now 200 years older.
Well, that does not make any sense.
LSD, could you do a temporal analysis and figure out if we're still in the right timeline? Is that a thing you can do?
I can do a lot.
We are not smaller. We are not in a different time. We believe you are all thinking in the wrong direction. And I'm going to try and pull any data, any logs from the physical, I don't know, hard drive from the of this rover.
That'll be a
LSD.
systems, but -1 because this is so corroded.
It was a month. Okay.
Yeah, it's been a month, but it doesn't look like it.
Can I lend you my TS500 digital diagnostician so you can get a +1 on your systems test when connecting to the computer? I'm lending you my TS500 digital diagnostician.
What does it look like?
Give you a +1.
Is it like a screen? Is it a watch? Is it like glasses?
It's you remember like a Game Boy Color?
Mm-hmm.
It's very reminiscent to that.
Love it.
including like it's clear because I like to see the insides of things. So
Absolutely.
Pinky.
Ah, look at that. You do get one success, and it's on your edge die. If you had not taken that edge, you would not have succeeded, as it turns out.
Thank you.
While this is happening, and as you're handing over this diagnostic machine, Adaba, can I get you to make a mechanics roll for me?
you sure can.
And you do get the bonus for your machine, and you get one more bonus for a reason. So a +2 total.
Okay.
I was
Nice.
about to offer assistance, but I'm
Whoa.
gonna just hold off on that until it's needed.
Whoa, what do you do with all that?
Well, you get to make some
That's a
choices
lot.
about what you want to do with those extra twists, by the way. So, one, you are able to, using this diagnostician, sort of get in and you're able to get some data from this rover. Jasper, you've got some core bits of data. Now, Daba, as you are going to aid and help and you're handing things over, you notice that the battery on your diagnostician is rapidly aging. The power that you have on that machine is draining fairly quickly. Also, since you said, that's why you got that extra bonus, because you said you were paying attention to battery life, your battery on your suit that you currently have running is also aging faster than it should.
I
At
have
about what rate would you say to failure?
You probably have got... It's a little tricky. And since you have your diagnostic out, the other folks do not have their life support up and running, so they're not draining as fast. Right? They've got some light aging happening, but not as much. Your machine is running, and because it is running, it seems as if it is aging faster. Now, I'm going to note you have 4 twists, which means you've got extra information you can ask me. You can do all sorts of things with that, including bonuses for for further rolls. I mean, you've got options here, and I will want to know what you want to do with them so I can tell you things or what you got. Talk to me.
I'm gonna let Simon ask or say what he was gonna say, and then I will expand upon what I would like to do.
I was just going to say I have crunched the number, as the youth say, and assuming 200 years in one
Like 100,
month.
100, 200 a month?
It
Let's say
means
100 a month.
It means that, well, I did everything on my calculator for 200, so screw it.
Cut it in half.
Every day spent here is the equivalent of 6.6666666666666. I'm not gonna read them all. 7 years, which, assuming one solar rotation in 24 hours, given the Terran nature of this asteroid, every day here you will grow older by about 3 months.
We do not like this.
At this rate, I will outlive you. I suggest we hurry.
Would outlive me either way.
Haven't you outlived many things?
I do not live. I should have said another word.
No,
I
Yes,
will
no.
outlast. I will survive all of you.
correct. But let us take this, what remains of this aboard, and perhaps some tests. We can bring some plant life back, and we should study it because we do not wish to get old. Our face is in the prime of our bug age, and we would like to take advantage of this.
I will note that machines do not seem to be immune from rapid aging.
I'm
just gonna note it.
Please
Did
help. I am dying.
You haven't checked him out, so we'd have to confirm it. But all of your other batteries are all of your other machines are quickly aging, and that rover did too. Yeah.
I would like to ask, or I would like to communicate with Mother, our ship, from down here.
Hello, this is
and-
Mother.
Hi, Mother. Could you tell me what the date and time is, and how long we
Yes.
have been down on this planet?
You have been down on this asteroid for 30 minutes. And gives you the date and time. It is the exact, like, there's no time distortion.
I would like Mother to do some quick research on this phenomena of if there's any observed existence of this phenomena that we know of in the database.
And Mother is going to start working on that. I will give that as one of your twists. You have 3 more. They can use for info or giving a +1 on a further test around this, or to give a success to somebody else doing the same thing. Whichever, take an edge, whatever you'd like.
I would like to hold one for a future role, and I would also like to give one to someone who does a role about this
Okay.
in the near future.
And then you have 1 left.
That
What's
for
the other thing?
edge?
Give myself an edge. Yeah.
Do it. Give yourself an edge. So, you pull this rover in into your shuttle bay, and you see just like the kudzu growing, and you see the flowers. Everything is sort of just growing. I need a scrutiny roll from everyone.
One success, the pattern continues.
That's all you need. That is all you need. Tanks has got 1. Jasper's got 1. Daba's moving the rover in. And LSD. Nice. LSD, you've got a twist you can use. Those of you who
Yeah.
have succeeded, and I will say, LSD with the 2 hits it first.
Oh,
You
wait.
hit something.
I
Yes.
can. Oh, I can give my success. I can't give the twist as a success, though.
It's like if you're doing like a group check, you could just give that to somebody else to be like, oh, don't worry, I can cover you. You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. I'll choose to gain additional information.
Okay. There's a crunch under your feet. And you notice there are bones.
On our ship?
No, on your way to the ship. As you're walking towards the ship, right? There's the crunch of bones under the thick moss.
Scoop it up. We must process this. This is more evidence about the history of this planet.
Old bones. And all of you who have made successes, you each notice that there is evidence of there being fauna on this asteroid. But they're all skeletal, as if they aged very rapidly and fell to decay. And when I say skeletons, I don't mean people, but birds,
Small
beavers,
animals.
insects, all the kind of things you would need to like pollinate and all that kind of like sort of build an ecosystem. And you can see them as if they were born, aged, and died. And it's just the sort of the evidence of their life. And it's not a small number of them. There are quite a few of these sort of skeletons under the moss.
I don't have any particular skill in medicine, but I'd like to just, as a brief glance, the way you do when you suddenly notice you're standing on a pile of bones, check if there's
Yep.
any indication of them having come to external harm.
What would you like to roll for that? In my mind, you could roll any number of things. Medicine would be one, but also I would say like melee would be another one, right? Either those are all things I think one could use.
I have no skills in either of them, so it does not matter.
Then please roll.
I'm I'm gonna go with medicine because it's just that sort of trying my best to utilize any sort of information I may have overheard from LSD along the years.
Well, I was gonna say, with my scrutiny check, can I help as well? Because
Yes,
I
you
had the more.
Absolutely.
So help is just roll, right?
When you help, you give your skill ranks to them in dice, but also if you give them the twist, they get another bonus die in addition. So you could give her your medicine and another +1 for your twist.
Oh, then I will do that. That's 5 dice.
Oh, dang.
Enjoy a +5.
I'll take it.
The limits of the mortal coil do not.
Oh my god. I've broken the streak. I have more than one success.
So that's 1, and you got your 2 to do with what you will. And by the way, I will just side note, if you fail, at any time, you can reach. And what is reaching is that you gain 1 edge, and you can re-roll any non-success dice, as long as they're not ones. As long as they're not a shock dice. So anytime you sort of fail, you can always just take an edge to get re-rolls. So these animals have not died from violence. They have died from old age. But the stress on the bones say that they did not age at a normal pace. That is, if they somehow were forced to age far too fast, and you can see a kind of like a distortion of their bodies. You have 2 twists. You can you can do whatever you want them, including getting more information. And by the way, these are all what LSD would tell you are the kind of species you need to sustain life, right? They're these kind of like base species you need to sort of create an ecosystem. Like you need bees, you need beavers. There are all these sort of kinds of life that you actually need to create a functioning and working ecosystem. And it's all those kinds of skeletons, right? You've got basically all things that if you wanted to create if you wanted to create a self-sustaining ecosystem, these are the fauna that you would need, and it's those fauna that are here. But they have all grown too fast and all died too fast in some kind of terrible way.
Okay.
Like pioneer species?
Yep.
I mean, the fact that they're all dead sounds like an issue.
Well, we feel that is correct. It's notable that the plant life, like that's all alive, but it's grown past the, suggested size.
Yeah, so we have plant life continuing to grow, and any sort of flora that is dead and looks like it has been dead for, going by this asteroid's weirdness, maybe dead for 2 months, who knows?
We wonder if the path of the asteroid had something to do with this. This is the first time it has been caught in, so we can assume in this kind of gravitational pull. This Twilight Zone is rather unique, unfortunately. However, there are just so many factors beyond our knowledge and beyond our control that there are some speculations that we should absolutely test.
Unfortunately, The biological aspects are not necessarily my specialty. I guess I just got lucky with my analysis there.
Hmm.
You have 2 twists.
So, yes. If I had to guess, Trooper, please give me more info.
Absolutely. You would guess what? What are you wanting to guess about?
Basically, what? So we've determined that there's no sort of radiation poisoning or damage here. We've
Nope.
determined that there's no hazardous material that has seeped around or anything.
That is correct. Yep.
But you did say it looked like the bones and everything have essentially been warped by how accelerated the growth has
Yep.
been, which
Unnaturally fast.
Yeah, to both myself and to Tanks as well, points to sort of this was probably not pleasant for these creatures. I am personally put slightly in mind of the fly in terms of, oh no, this is all happening way
Yes.
too fast.
Yes, yes. Very good Cronenberg reference, and that would be quite accurate. Yep.
And essentially, what?
Like it impacted everything. We know that. Like the
Yeah,
trees,
like
the flora, the fauna.
The signs of this,
And
do
you.
they point towards?
I mean, your rover.
Do they point towards any sort of outside interference that would have affected, say, genetics and chromosomes? And yes, very specifically with the thought of, okay, our equipment is being affected. What's happening to us? Like, am I about to just undergo the world's absolute worst growth spurt?
I am going to give you that. You've got 2 twists, so I can answer both of those questions if you give them both those twists to me.
Sacrifice I am willing to make.
1. Yeah. Obviously, something is weird, right? And you've ruled out so many things. And as you said, you are not a person who deals with biological things. That's not really what you do. It's not your forte. So, but you're like, okay, all these biological things I don't know too much about. It doesn't make any sense. There is one thing that is not biological that did occur to you, because it's got to be something that would impact things after they've arrived, not just, right? It could be nanites. That's in your wheelhouse. And you could scan for nanites, which would be your last twist.
Oh shoot, let's go for it.
Scan.
Just taking a diagnostic tool and essentially just running it. I would say this would be instinctive, like quiet sort of muttering to herself. And then before the rest of you know what's going on, Tanks is just standing there scanning herself.
You can scan all of your peeps. You can scan everybody for that last twist.
Okay, yes. Scans herself first and then just runs over and yeah, exactly that. Just like your arms are being held out. Just like, okay, just hold still. I learned this from watching LSD.
There are infinitesimally small nanites, and they have infected you. You are aging. They've infected Jasper. Jasper is aging. They have not yet infected Daba, but they're all over Daba's suit, and Daba's suit is aging. And here's the thing you might find interesting before we go to break. They are all over LSD, but they are not infecting him. But they have infected your shuttle and all of your equipment and everything else. The only thing that these nanites are not infecting is LSD.
Because I'm already dead.
And with that, we're going to take our break, everybody. Go take a 10-minute break. We are going to go and stretch and drink some water. And when we get back, they're going to try to figure out what that is. I suppose I should say there's a small bit of code because you gave me a twist. And the code simply says Phase 2. Phase 2.
Oh no.
That's what it says. And with that, we're going to go to break, everybody. We will see you in 10 minutes. And, everyone, I'm going to, at the end of break, right before we come out of break, I'm going to go and roll to see who might get a PDF of this game. We're going to do a giveaway. Thanks to Diesel Shot Games. They have been so kind to give us some giveaway PDFs. So all you have to do to be eligible is to be chatting in chat. And at the end of break, I will pull up some winners. Note it. And we'll be right back, everybody. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back from our break. In the end of break, we just did a giveaway. Diesel Shot Games were so kind to give free drive-through RPG codes for the PDF of Change Stars that you can have. And I pulled up the winners, and they are Max Ryder, Gazebo Baklava, and also Boudet RPG. And I have whispered Max Ryder and also Boudet, and I'm in the process of whispering Gazebo with those codes. So I want to say thank you to Diesel Shot for this, so that other people can enjoy this game. But when we last left our protagonists, they found out that they are on a planet whose atmosphere is full of nanites, and those nanites are affixed to all of them and all of their things and are rapidly encouraging growth in all things with a small little sort of code, very you have to it's imperceptible, that says Phase 2. And so I'm going to leave it to you all to have a discussion about that.
Before a discussion, Trooper, I warned you about this.
Mm-hmm.
And I regret what I'm about to do. Tanks is... I said Tanks was taking the helmet but not putting it on. So at this point, Tanks is going to just kind of turn and say to the group, I'm going to need LSD. Then puts on the helmet, and you can see within the suit is fiddling with something. And the only way to deal with technological invaders is to destroy the technology, and a short, sharp shock should do that, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
we will observe.
There's not much warning before that happens. This is just kind of a gut instinct reaction of sort of the person who's used to dealing with electronic systems of some sort of well, we'll just switch it off and on again.
Yeah, yeah.
So
And
Tanks
that
is going to
you.
switch herself off and on again.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good
That's the
idea.
logical thing to do. What would you like me to
Yeah.
roll for that?
Yeah, well, you do have a good, well, gosh. There are a couple of ways to do this. There's always more than one way to approach a problem. And one way is you do have a good stunner weapon, and you can roll that. Or the other way would be to do mechanics. So you have two choices.
We can
I will-
assist if you require it, Tanks.
Just some
Mm,
reckless
I-
behavior. Mhm.
I'm gonna say based on how instinctive this action is, I am grateful for the offer of assistance, but it would happen way too fast for that to even be
Yeah.
registered.
Mhm.
And I know I'm shooting myself in the foot here, but it's too much fun. So I'm gonna take this as a mechanics roll because Tanks is seeing this as a mechanics problem.
Yep. Yep. Please roll your mechanics.
I regret everything.
As,
Oh, there's one success.
one success. That is not bad. I would like you to take some damage for me. I would like you to take 3 damage as you overload everything, and that's going to go to your stress first, right? Your stamina, because everything goes. You don't take anything to health until you take it through stamina, unless it is. There are some things that bypass stamina, like starving. Like certain things that are like certain kind of hazards would bypass stress, but generally speaking, you take everything to stamina first, and stamina heals back very quickly. And once you run out of stamina, then you start taking things to your health, which does not. Heal so
I may
quickly.
have misunderstood this, but as far as I understand, the Rust have no stamina,
Oh, well then.
Oh, babies. Wow.
and I
Let
only
me
have 3
double
health.
check. Let me double check
I don't know
to
if these
see
are.
if that is the case.
I may have misunderstood this, but as far as I can tell,
Robots don't have stamina.
No, you don't have a stamina bonus, right? Synths don't have stamina at all. The rest don't have a stamina bonus. So you should have. It's
a
your
flat
species
10?
plus your resilience. So it should be
oh,
your.
okay, plus resilience. Okay, in that case, it is going to take my stamina down to 1.
Yep. Which I feel like is great. I feel like that is full of joy, and love. So there is this like. Those of you who do not have your helmets on, there's that smell of ozone as like right as just all of a sudden there's this feedback as the inside and you can't roll armor, by the way, because you're in inside situation. As Tanks just overloads their suit and just basically electrocutes herself in this moment, and it doesn't look great. Not enough to go unconscious, but just immediately.
This is shocking. Can you reason with your behavior, Tanks?
I give me a moment.
This is
It
a moment of
smells-
crisis.
It smells a bit like bird fur in here. I'm sorry.
Yes.
You are alive.
That I am.
Do you
Ow.
perchance need
Please remind me not to
assistance?
do that again. I might need assistance in a moment, in many ways. However, can I do a quick check on myself to see if there's any nanites left?
What have you
Yes, you
learned?
can.
And as I'm running this diagnostic, I'll just be giving a quick explanation to everybody that we are breathing nanites and they are everywhere. And Daba, keep a spare battery handy because your life support is probably the only thing that's keeping you from suddenly aging.
This is distressing.
Systems.
Systems.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
Hmm.
Oh no.
Would you like to take an edge to re-roll?
Absolutely, I would.
Because you can. You just take edge, and then you get an edge and you get to reroll, which I
There
think
you
is super awesome.
go.
I
There's
think that's
nothing wrong with just
fantastic.
piling on edge.
A little bit
Oh,
more
yeah, no.
stress.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Basic question: do I still have nanites in me?
Inside of your suit, no. They have been
Mhm.
fried. There are nanites outside of your suit. And now that you've turned it on, they are now very interested in your suit. So, noting again, as you're looking, the nanites are all over your suit now. They're all over Daba's suit. They are not really dealing, they're mildly dealing with Jasper's suit, but Jasper's suit is not turned on. And so they're not particularly interested, but they're all over Jasper. And so what you've noticed is that once your suit has turned on, the nanites are now flocking right to the suit itself. And
In a general sense,
they are all over LSD. They're just not
not
attacking
interacting. Yeah, okay.
they're not interacting. They just like sort of like they're like pollen. They sort of like go and then sort of like fade off. Whereas like with other things, they go and stick.
Okay.
And you
So
can't see them with the
having-
naked eye, but with your scans you can see them.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep that extra success for the future, by the way. So
Excellent.
yeah, I'm just on checking the readout, going to turn and say, however, first of all, ow, again. And second of all, I appear to be clear of the infestation. So an electrical field does seem to eliminate the pests. I might suggest the same treatment for you, Jasper.
Yes. We do not
And
enjoy
then
shock.
I might suggest setting up some sort of static field around us if we have, in any sense of capacity, Daba? LSD?
We might, but I would like to do a
Daba, it's Mother.
yes, Mother. What have you learned?
You asked me to do some research on phenomena similar to what you've described. I have come up with an answer.
Awesome,
This-
Mother. What is it?
This is similar, but not exactly the same as the process of terraforming. Terraforming does not normally go this quickly, however. This level of speed that you describe is not normal. It might be some sort of experimental terraforming program. This seems to be an out of control terraforming system, if what you describe is accurate.
Oh, okay. Is terraforming usually done with nanites?
No.
Mother?
Not normally. They might be used somewhat, but that is. I'm sorry. Why are you asking about nanites?
Just brainstorming. I'm just working through what people would use for terraforming. I didn't take biology in school. So what do people usually do with terraforming?
Well,
If
there are
not
many different ways
nanites.
to do terraforming depending on the speed with which one is wanting to do that. Introducing liquid water through ice into the atmosphere. There are slow means to do so, about raising temperatures or cooling them down, depending on what sort of system you have. Nanites themselves are mostly there for genetic changes. Perhaps they could be used for changing species to create something more suitable for an atmosphere. I suppose they could be used to change atmospheres or life, but that would be. I do not know of anyone who's done something like that. Such a process would allow you to create an environment that would be tailor-made to certain sorts of life, I would assume.
Interesting. All right.
They would, however,
Oh.
have to be running off of a computer or some sort of programming system. Nanites do not tend to work autonomously. They have some sort of programming. And quite often they would be controlled from some sort of central server.
Interesting. And when they were doing scans of this asteroid originally, you said all they found was fauna or flora, essentially, on this planet?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Cool. Cool. Thanks, Mother. I'm gonna I'll look at the rest of the team and be
You're
like, you guys
welcome.
all heard that, right? You guys all got that?
Yes. We and Jasper's gonna kind of like spin on their heels to face LSD. We have a suspicion. LSD, may we we do not enjoy the word probe in this scenario, but we wish to examine the internal workings of your personal operations. May we examine your code?
I do not see why not. I have also thought of something inspired by tanks.
Oh, please share. I will start.
I have in my chest cavity a defibrillator. This sends electrical signals, a pulse, as it were. Should the two of you, Commander Jasper, Daba, would pour water all over yourselves, I could electrocute the nanites.
Will it hurt?
It would be over your suit. Technically, it might not hurt. However, I am quite equipped to deal with death in living organisms.
According to my readouts, LSD, Daba is currently surrounded but not affected. And it is only our beloved commander who is in mortal danger.
Shall I
Okay.
electrocute you? Shall I electrocute you, Captain?
Oh, yes, as long as you are functioning at optimal capacity.
Dear, those glitches are back again.
Okay, we are ready.
Oh, I cannot electrocute a dry suit. You
Oh.
have to get wet.
There is a lake over there.
Oh no.
Sure, jump in the mysterious lake on the mysterious planet.
Oh, yeah.
Would some old coffee suffice?
I guess. Yeah, so long
You
as
are
it's mostly
rather
water
large.
anyway, it's gonna conduct.
Icky. I'm just gonna smell like extra burnt coffee. Yeah, they will absolutely pour that on themselves. And it's like not just the suit, like it is on all of Jasper's body because they did not turn the suit on.
Yep.
Sorry, I choked
Can
on
I
my
get
coffee.
A medicine roll from LSD when you've stopped dying.
Yes.
Do a medicine
Would
roll for
you-
yourself and then roll in the game.
First of all, I'm gonna need to make a resolve check. Because I am technically harming a person. So I can give the idea, but it doesn't mean I can do it.
Yep.
Okay.
But of course, I'm not gonna tell you I can't do it.
I've always wanted to use those things. Just say the word.
Alright, so test resolve to go against function. If I fail, I have -1 on everything on my next turn, and I can't do whatever it is that I was trying to do. Boop. Hey, you know what? I'm going to use some of my processing,
Please do.
and I'm going to reach for my test.
Reach.
Reach is a reroll, right?
It is indeed. Rerolling all fails. So, yes.
So
Completely.
all of them.
Nope.
It's cool because no. As a synth, I can actually, with my programmatic, reach the same test up to twice.
Whoa.
Most
Okay,
people
is
cannot,
there like
but synths can.
that's very
Yeah.
cool. Is there something narrative that like do I know that you're kind of failing? Like
Oh, I think I'm gonna narrate it as unless you wanted to like have an input in between, but I was gonna narrate everything depending on the
no,
result
you're
I have.
good. I just love failures.
So I think, all right, one after
That's what you
again
need.
15 dice. I think what would happen is, so as you pour the coffee on yourself, I open up my washing machine door, and start grabbing the pads. And for some strange reason, he seems jittery. And he shakes and drops one of the pads and goes, "Oh, how clumsy of me. This should not have happened. I might need to be tuned out." He starts, rubbing them together and then drops them again. Huh. Strange. I apologize, Captain. And he's just gonna take him and surprise tase you with it.
Oh, that was horrible.
I need you to roll your medicine, please.
Yes. Does this count as healing someone? Because technically, I'm using a defibrillator the way you should use a defibrillator.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
have-
would my because
Why
it's
do
a
you
+1
ask?
from my medical supply.
Right.
I'm
but
not
I'm gonna
using
tell
my.
You're
I'm gonna just
curing
say-
an infection.
Yes. Normally you would get a +1, but right now, in this instance, you don't. That plus, there's a -1 that is canceled out by that +1 in this instance.
Well, damn. So what do I roll? Just medicine?
Yeah, you roll your medicine roll. And you might wonder why it is you have a -1. That's interesting. Yes,
I seem to be operating at less than maximum capacity.
You have 2 twists, which you can use to give yourself a bonus on the next time you do the same task, or you've got things you can do with that, including to get information.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm
But
checking.
I will note that you did
I'm
have
checking.
a -1 for some reason.
Yeah, so I could use one twist to know what the fuck's going on with this, but I could use another twist for something else, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I will use one twist for the info. The second twist give me 2 seconds.
The info is when you go against your programming, you have to roll resolve, right? And you're thinking rolling against your programming to harm someone. Yes, but it seems as if part of your programming is not to harm the nanites as well. That seems to be very old programming. Somewhere in the back of your mind about harming your allies.
Can I twist a twist?
Go ahead.
There is a combat twist, because I'm making an attack. There's a combat twist under ballistics that is to deny a target, and it must test resolve or otherwise seek the nearest cover on failure. Could we argue that after everyone, I mean, 2 people, tanks and now, oh my god, name, Jasper, got electrocuted. Could I use that twist to force some of the, like, maybe damaged nanites to run back to the computer or to whatever bay they go to get repaired?
Yes. Because that was an attack. And to say that they would have to retreat, yes.
But they would
I would
have
say
to
that
roll,
would make sense.
they have to test
Resolve.
resolve. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know how resolve nanite has.
They have all of the resolve. They have 18,000 resolve. They don't
Look,
have
I rolled
18,000
15
resolve.
dice, I got 1 success, so,
Statistically,
Yeah.
improbable, but still possible.
It's true. It's true. I mean, they are... Also, they have, what's the word? Programming for when they're damaged, right? So that I do not feel like is going to be too tricky. Let me go get a nice... one success. But here's the thing about that. What I think that means is they are going to go back. They succeed, but they are going to go back to their base because I think it makes sense for their programming. But it's going to be trickier to track them because they're going, right, they're not going willy-nilly, so they're going a bit more deliberate, and they don't want to be tracked, but they will go back to their base. Absolutely. It'll just be a little bit harder to track them.
Thanks.
I would like to try and track them.
Thank you.
Okay, my friend. So the nanites that you jumpstart, right? Some of them crackle and right. Again, they're so like microscopic that you can't see them you can only see them through your scanners if you put your scanners in your goggles or whatnot, right? And so they begin to like the ones that are still alive, they begin to sort of like maneuver back, and they move through. They make it not easy to track them. They sort of hit the ground and start moving. So to track them would be difficult. You're going to need somebody who can do that. Dear Daba.
What is the ability in this game
there are
that
a couple
would
different
work
options,
there?
right? There are a couple different options depending on how you want to do this. How do you want to do this? Right? I always allow for multiple options depending on the approach you take. Some things don't make any sense. Like you cannot use empathy. You cannot empathy your way out of this, right?
Yeah. Well, because originally, what I was going to do before the Great Shocking from LSD is I wanted to try and track them or like get a track of them using like the electrical tester essentially, since a bunch of them just sort of moved on. To get like one of the piles of just all the dead little guys. At that point, I'm assuming about a sand's worth of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And from that, using my scanner / like electrical tester, and using that in such a way to try and track, if not a signal to where they needed to go, but with this twist, I would instead would like to use the same idea, but this time, follow the trail.
Absolutely.
The Nana trailer.
So you're going to be able to use your machinery to give yourself a bonus. Absolutely. For me, this feels like this could be. I could see a case for systems or mechanics, depending on what way you're doing it, right? You can use mechanics to sort of like to alter your scanner to be able to pick up their signal. That would be mechanics, right, as a tracker. Or you could use systems to use what you already have to sort of follow it. I would say it depends on how you're doing it.
Then I would definitely, because my plan anyway was just to use all my electronics before they died as much as I possibly could. So I'm gonna use that. Then I'm gonna go with mechanics and put an overemphasis on my electrical tester and do things with it that I normally wouldn't, because I don't want it to like die while I'm on a job or something like that. But now that's not really like an issue anymore. Kind of do or die. So we're going for it to then die. So I'll roll mechanics on this one.
Please do.
Oh,
Please do. And I will ask you a question afterwards. I just have to pull up that document. Yes, you can track them. I also need you to make a roll now. Let's see. Where did I put that piece of information? Where did I put you? When you have documents up and then you shut down those documents and you have 14,000 tabs? Maybe you don't know, but I know. So let's talk about some rolls. We need to make some rolls now. Mostly everybody does. Okay, let's figure out what rolls we need to make. Everybody who's using their spacesuit, you need to make a roll. So in this game, which is pretty cool, various pieces of equipment have these numbers, which is about like their resilience number. And normally, over a certain amount of time, you would have to roll, like you don't have to like track, instead of tracking bullets and resources, you have this number instead. And when it's been enough time, in most cases, that would be like a day. You roll that number of dice, and you wanting to not get any ones. So everybody who's using their life support system, please roll, and that number for your spacesuit is 4. So please roll 4d6, and don't get any ones.
Oh man, you do not want to see what I rolled on that mechanics roll.
Uh-huh.
Do I
Jasper.
also got a roll?
No. The
No,
nanites
that's
are
what
not
I
hanging
thought.
out with you.
Yeah, that's what I
Nope.
thought.
Yeah. Jasper, your spacesuit goes from a 4 to a 3.
Oh, that
Just-
battery.
Going to note that. Yep, just draining just a little bit. And, yeah. So, you can follow it.
Please let us hurry. My spacesuit does not look like it'll last long. And in addition, we are so determined. And I want to keep scanning LSD as we're kind of like hustling.
Do we have any sort of like small ground-based vehicles? Any just sort of like golf cart or something?
What
have
would
the shuttle.
last?
Oh, damn it.
And of course, if you fire it up, it'll probably catch the attention of the nanites.
Absolutely.
I mean, they're
We like
already
our
paying
shuttle.
attention to it. They're just not. It's like
Ending it.
the heat of some kind of fuel or power or life attracts them.
Yeah.
The moth to
And-
flame.
Yeah, and then they do their job, which is to terraform everything.
Hmm.
God damn it.
I
All
would
right.
like to, I want to find like a direct correlation between why the nanites aren't being attracted to LSD while we are traveling.
I'm going to need a systems roll for you as you are moving, and I'm also going to need a roll from you all to get where you need to go. Let's have some maneuver rolls, and you can do it as I would like. Nope. Do you want to take some edge?
Absolutely.
Do you want to reach? Take another edge and re-roll those
Feeling like
systems.
This is difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just a reminder, if y'all's edge is too high, you can just ask me and I'll take the edge off.
Fabulous.
Oh.
Yes, you can get in there, and you also have 2 twists. And I need everybody to make a maneuver roll to get through this space. Ooh. Hi, everybody. Nice. Okay.
No.
So, I'm going to note that Jasper, you can use one of those edges you have, and you can give that success to Daba so that you all have made a success in maneuvering, because that's one of the things
Absolutely.
you can do with your twist.
Absolutely.
But we do have 2 shocks, is what we have. Isn't that awesome when you hit a 1? Yeah. So anytime you roll a 1 on one of your edge die, you get a shock. And this represents you losing control a little bit because of how on edge you are. And you can, this is we have to deal with that. Now, this is I would say, a very moderate shock. It's not that big of a deal because, you are rapidly aging and it's a little bit stressful, but it's not the worst thing ever. And I think this is going to be, because you guys are having to rush through pretty thick terrain, and while trying to follow this thing, and it's going up and down hills around mountains. And if I recall correctly, some people have just been shocked. As a matter of fact, the two people who got the shock were the ones who just did it as a
Go figure.
as just coincidentally, as it does. And I think what this is going to be is that as you're all sort of moving and sort of hitting closer, I think you're going to have a present. You all need to give edge to some of your allies, because them being around your heightened stress and tension is going to stress them out. So, and
How does that
some
work
people.
for LSD?
Oh, poor Daba. Daba's going to have to get the edge, it looks like. Daba, take 2 edge. As you're trying to track these nanites, and they are too close. They're too like they're.
Are we there yet?
When they're
Are
maneuvering,
we
they're
there
making
yet?
a lot of noise. Like it's very distracting, actually, and a little bit stressful.
Bump into you. Step on all the sticks.
Oh,
Rub my hands together, which makes
Jasper
the weird
picked me
squishy
up
sound.
over like a rock we had to go over, and I wasn't expecting it, and it scared me. It was helpful ultimately, but like it stressed me out in this like scary situation. Yeah.
We are helping, right? Yes. Are we there yet? We must be there. Are we there? Let's move. Continue, please. Yes.
I think, if I may,
Please.
assuming that we have a low-angle shot of this scene,
Yeah.
there would be my companions all stressed out, and I think you would just see a looming robot in the back with just 2 syringes out, just waiting. And LSD goes, Daba, you look like you could use some rest.
Not
Before you
helping my
respond, I'm
stress
going to
levels
answer
at
a
all.
question for Jasper. I'm going to just answer a question that Jasper had right now in this moment when LSD has these big syringes up and says, Daba, you look like you could use some rest. I just need to let you know something. Oh, by the way, Daba, what is your edge break? Is it 5, 6, 7?
Oh man. Wow, Trooper, you definitely just asked me a question that I didn't even know was a question that could be asked. I don't even know what that means.
Not me going to look
I'll
for
be completely
mine.
honest with you.
Hold
That's-
on. It's under. You're a rust, so let me get it for you. Hello. Your edge break. You can do it at 7, but I think some people might have it slightly lower. But at 7 is when you can spend all of your edge to perform that edge break. So you've got time. So there's this very helpful comment being made, right, from LSD. Jasper, you got into the system. You also have 2 twists. You wanted to know
yeah.
exactly what was the question? Exactly. How did you phrase it?
What is the correlation between the nanites not affecting LSD and how they are working on us? Like, what is the factor here? And I did use one of my bonuses to
Yes.
help. Yes, Daba.
No, but that was your maneuver bonus. You still have 2 twists for your systems.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. Well, let's start
Bonus
with that little piece
information.
of. Let's start with some. I will definitely use it for bonus info.
So, 1, what you can tell is there's some sort of friend-foe identification system on these nanites. But friend-foe is probably maybe not the right word. It feels as when you're sort of signaling it, it's basically nanites know not to affect the people who work here, right? The beings that work here, right? They affect the life on the planet, but they wouldn't affect their own worker bees, right? So they do not affect each other, nor do they affect LSD, because LSD seems to be recognized by them as something that is within their organization. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it wouldn't make sense to try to go and do rapid growth of the people who are in charge of the terraforming.
No, of course not. And
Yeah.
if I use one of those points to dig a little deeper as to who the origins, who the original, who these OGs are, who are these workers? Who might they be?
Well, can I give you a slightly different answer when you're digging
Yeah.
to sort of try to get origins and whatnot? There's a signal that's being sent. You know when like the damaged nanites are like, oh, got to send out a signal, got to go, right?
Yeah.
There's a signal, like a help signal being sent out,
Interesting.
right? When if you've been damaged and you need help, and you send out a help signal. Now, how come you know this? You know this is because it's being sent to LSD. LSD is picking up this help signal. It's clearly not being sent only to LSD. It's clearly being sent out like a big alarm. But you notice that some of LSD's signals are picking up that alarm. It's what's picking it up is not connected to anything. So LSD is not being impacted by it. But you would then guess that there are probably other LSDs. Theoretically, there could be other LSDs on this planet that might be picking up this signal because, it's like, hey, we're looking for our protectors, our sentries, our guards, and because we
You
just
fit
got
the
attacked. So
bill.
yeah, and it looks like that sort of sentry guard programming is picking up the pings. It's just that programming has been hollowed out and is gone. It's just the shell of it is still there. So like the little circuits will ping, but they don't connect to anything. You know?
There's nothing being brought back.
Yeah.
And I think that lines really well with Jasper's understanding of like the timeline for LSD.
Yeah.
You know, we know they were built by the Human Imperium.
Yeah.
And like there was just some time. There's that gap in between, and like the weapons. What were the weapons? What was the purpose? Oh, so that's like another thread, but like this might make sense. And then out loud, Jasper will kind of like grab LSD. You don't really have shoulders. Grab LSD by like your
The box.
No, I have like
Are they-
angles. I
Okay.
have corners.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll grab a corner.
You know, at this point, I might even have a handle, like, welded in my back or some shit.
I like that. I like it. It feels more personal to hold your handle than
Yeah.
it does to have to grab a corner or an angle.
But
You
to
have,
finish
like,
that question that you
safety
asked for that
railings,
twist,
maybe?
to finish the question that you asked for your twist, experimental, off books.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably not
Look.
military, probably government or something, but some kind of, right, like some kind of off books black agency, right? Some kind of secret agency. This is a custom. This is not an official. This is not a known synth model.
LSD, you are wildly unique. The capacity, your power, do you know what how you resonate with these
Captain.
nanites? Yes.
My social cue program is indicating that this is a poor choice of place and time for flirting.
Oh no. LSD. No. I'm insecure. It's not what's happening. I was looking over this data and I was comparing and I was analyzing and I had a theory about the nanites and like this theory it's finally coming to fruition. You have something to do with this place. You have parts that resonate. It might not make any sense to you as you are now, for you have lived a very long time and you have gone through many upgrades and many changes. You know, you can change the parts, but the the insides and some of your core memories are still the same. Is any of this making sense? Like push back like some leaves and like
Yes, I am peak physical condition. This is what perfection looks like.
no, that's not quite we must think of a different way to express, but that's and then
I
kind of
think
like
I get your point, Captain. I have been toyed with, played for a fool.
by many factions, not just where you started, like the Trinity. We do not believe they were.
Hmm.
Something doesn't line up, and we believe that everybody involved knows that you were made off record, off book.
Hmm.
I get the uniqueness of your creation, and I'll like step on like another giant twig and just to increase the annoyance to Daba.
I have ideas.
Oh, thanks. Yes, we will swap
Okay.
places. We will walk towards the front and.
No,
carry-
I need to.
Oh,
LSD, do you mind if I climb on you for a moment? There's no better way to say that. I'm sorry.
I am devoid of nerve endings. I would not feel it.
But it's mostly would this affect your
You don't
locomotion at all?
call that flirting, but what I said
Oh.
was flirting.
I do not think your puny weight would slow me down. You are the opposite of bulky.
Oh, excellent. All that exercise has been working out. Yes, all right. I'm going to jump on LSD. And so basically, piloting does include remote piloting, meaning that there's always a homing beacon of some sort. So I want to see if I can find anything that resembles a homing beacon within LSD or any sort of homing signal that might help us to better track. So basically, aiding Daba with the figuring out where to go.
Signals would be systems. Tracking beacon would be mechanics. And also, Daba, I've got something for you in a few moments. Or for the audience. Either way. You know.
Mm-hmm. I want to look for a beacon, just something that I can use that will give us like a direct location ping back and forth, something where we can just go, okay, here's our direct line. Let's give that a roll. Oh.
Do you want to reach?
Yes.
Grab some more edge? You know. Just...
It's the one shot. I'm going to do it.
Very nice. Okay. So I'm going to tell you some stuff.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So when you are sort of like poking around in the donut head, you can find the remnants of a beacon. This beacon it was very difficult to find because it is disguised so it doesn't look like a beacon, and also it's disconnected. So it cannot pick up or receive any sort of, because basically whenever secret organization lost LSD, all of that stuff was burned out real fast so that nobody could, when you're doing like secret experiments and whatnot, and you lose your technology, you don't want people to be able to trace it back to you, so that was all burned out. So the remnants are all inside, but they don't look like anything. They look like, how would I describe it? Cable salad, sort of what it looks like is
yeah
how someone might
like a malfunctioning sepia LED light.
Yes, as a matter of fact, like a malfunctioning sepia LED light. Were it functioning, it would be a different color, and maybe it would also be a homing beacon. But at the moment, it is not functioning at full capacity. Though it could be.
Can I use one of my twists to just reconnect?
You can. You can indeed. What are you going to do with that last twist? I would like to ask before...
God, I have ideas,
Mm. Daba.
but they're not quite feasible. Yeah, tell you what, I want to see what Dava gets because my decision might be affected by that.
Daba, you're tracking these nanites, yeah? And they're moving.
Yes.
And something happens all of a sudden, and they sort of start to behave somewhat erratically. Like something strange is happening. And there's like a bit of like a confusion with them. And that is a little bit strange to you. And they stop and they go and they sort of come to LSD and they sort of go and sit upon LSD. LSD. You hear something.
What do I feel?
No, you don't feel something, you hear something.
Oh, what do I hear?
Inside of your head, you hear a voice. Just like it was just... The voice was clearly speaking before, but you couldn't hear it until just that moment when the connector happens. The minute Tanks actually sort of hits that connector, then all of a sudden you can hear it. It's like a recording on loop. And it is your voice, or probably the voice that your voice is modeled after. And it says, Ing, under attack. Please, return to base. I repeat, warning. We are under attack. Please, return to base. There is something wrong. There is something wrong.
True. There is something wrong. I need to go. And you'll start walking off.
And you know exactly
Like-
where you need to go.
No, random direction. Pick a direction.
You know.
He's just like walking a few feet.
You know where to go. And the thing is, my dearest Daba, with all of your scanners full on, doing very well. You did so well with that scanner roll. You noticed that signal, and that signal is now sort of like attached to LSD. Okay. LSD is going somewhere, and it sort of makes sense. Like it was sort of where the nanites were going. So that's cool. Yeah. LSD is going the direction the nanites were going. That's cool. You can bleep bleep. Let's look like a little think about aliens with a little bleeper, and you can follow along. It's just that other bleep, and then that other bleep. There are two other bleeps that are also going the same direction, and they're not little nanite bleeps. They are the same kind of bleepy size as LSD.
Oh no. Or yes?
They're not right near
there
you.
are-
It's like you can see, like you can like triangulate it. Do you know what I mean? You're like, oh, we're going this.
Yeah.
Oh, and then there's, oh, okay.
There are two other LSD sized. What? There are two other LSD sized
Signals? Is
bot beings that are heading to our same location. Not
this
near
confirms
us.
My theory.
What is your theory?
Oh, that LSD is well, they are unique, but their origins has something to do with this place and their creation, their purpose. It is related to all of this, and they are not alone. LSD is a creature of an ancient time, and it is reflected in all of this.
Daba, there's a black mesa. Right over there. That is where LSD is heading. That is correct. A black mesa. It is not super big, right? It's sort of like stubby and wide. But it's just sort of sitting within, it sort of emerges from the sort of the dense foliage of the forest. And there are, like, in the distance, other mesas, a lot of ruddy ones. This particular mesa is like, you like black sand from a beach, right? It's all sort of at this sort of black rock. But it's just up that way.
Observing. exciting, but concerning.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Mostly exciting.
Nervous.
Mm,
Be prepared. You have to get in and out of there. Or at least we have to figure out how to turn this off fairly quickly.
You are there first before the other blips have arrived, but they are coming. And it is a black mesa. It looks like natural, right? Just part of the foliage. It is completely not a fake black mesa to hide an entrance to an underground base, except that that is what it is, right? Because you're like, okay, there are signals, right? The signals are coming in here, right? So you know that this is sort of like it's like like the elevator doors, but it's like camouflage to look like just part of nature. But you know from where the signals are coming, there is something inside of this sort of mesa.
Daba, can you reverse engineer a homing beacon to send a false signal?
I could certainly try. I.
Because if we're being chased, maybe we should make them go somewhere else. Just thinking, out loud, real quick. Definitely not panicking whatsoever here.
There is a
I
signal
have-
coming from inside the mesa.
I have
No.
an idea.
Yes, you should hack yourself. But continue.
Almost. Daba. If you create a homing beacon, can you stuff it in me? I will explain.
Absolutely could. Yes, I'm in a specific spot in like your third quadrant a couple of weeks ago, specifically to install something. And I think I could fit a homing beacon in there.
Because then all the nanites would come into me, and I could fry them all at the same time.
There is still the mystery of the other signals that are likely you or other
Converging?
versions. And they are moving towards us.
Yes,
And-
I thought I heard you mention other LSD, which is impossible. The captain said I was unique, like a
Snowflake?
animal not found.
Oh, yeah. Well, except
Daba.
we found them.
Daba.
Mhm.
You know what's cool about Mesa?
What?
Especially this one? They're kind of like chimneys. Do you know what I mean? That just like come out of the earth. You know what I mean? It's like they could they could release all sorts of things into the atmosphere, and I bet there's probably more than one of these things on this asteroid. Just
Spouting out some little guys.
yeah.
Well, we could cover this up, but nanites are really tiny, and they can really get through really any crevice. So I suggest we have to go in and figure this out. Shut them down with the captain's expertise.
Scrutiny. To find a way in.
Help you if you think you need that.
I'm definitely going to need assistance with the scrutiny.
I have a 2 in scrutiny, so does that give you 2?
2, it does.
Cool.
And
That's it.
you also get a bonus because of your scanner.
Okay.
Now, let's just pretend we are in combat time for giggles. And you two are doing that this round. What's LSD and Tanks doing this round? Pretending we're in combat time, just, theoretically.
Is Daba still on edge?
Yeah. I believe Daba has 3 edge at this point in time.
I do have 3 edge at this time.
Daba, let me take the edge off.
Is it gonna fuck with my scrutiny if I let him take my edge off?
You might want to have him do it afterwards. I mean, it depends. You have 3 edge, which is 3 extra dice, but also, you know.
My help comes in cotton candy citrus unicorn flavor.
I am going to be like, you know what you can do for me right now, LSD? Hey, look at the scanner real quick and just make sure that these dots aren't gonna backstab me while I look for a way in. And when we're inside, you can stab me all you want.
Oh, no. Drops are swallowed, not stabbed. The player earlier read the wrong description for the wrong item.
Yeah,
I
did
should
the
have been
crazy
holding
things.
a bunch of candies.
That's way more appetizing. But I also don't want to open my suit right now, so I probably wouldn't take them anyways. That's we're good, LSD. Here, just look at this while I check for a way in. I'm not gonna roll this until we all say what we're gonna do, just for the extra drama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've... Oh, no, go ahead.
I was gonna say for Tanks.
Remember, Tanks is on top of LSD at this moment.
Yes. That extra success I had, I'm going to be a bit risky because the other thing I can do is I can just add it to my edge, yes?
That is correct. That is correct.
Because then what I want to do is that.
I can also give you pills.
No.
Oh no,
I don't-
everyone's in their suit. That's right.
Oh,
Can
I
you
mean,
make
I'm
a
sure we
resolve
have.
roll, LSD?
Oh, I'm not giving pills to people.
No,
I mean, you
that's not what it's
could.
for.
Well, I have 3 successes.
All right, I'll see. Let's see what we have here. I have 1. You're fine.
What's going
There
on?
was a bit of a tug. Things have been reconnected. There was a bit of a tug. Just like it's like you're getting orders. Like you hear them, and you hear, wait, there are intruders on this planet. Kill them. You do not have to follow the orders, but you hear them.
Can I... Ah, no, I would need Daba for it. Never mind. Oh, wait.
Do you vocalize this, or is it all happening internally? And you're just kind of like, "Ooh, that's
No, I think I can't have Edge, but I think LSD will worry enough at that point to just turn around and go, crew, I have been ordered to murder you. Thankfully, it is not in my programmatic. However, it is in the programmatic of these 2.
huh."
We're coming closer.
We
They are
Thanks.
in the vents. Game over, man. Game over.
In that case, I'm going to go with what I had originally planned. Tanks still has kind of like a hold.
Yeah.
Is seeing this wiring and the old controls and all that, and
By the way, there were the 2 sepia lights that were sort of... Only one of them is sepia now. The other one is now fully green. Fully functional.
lovely. Gonna leave that one connected because risk reward. It potentially helps us more than it harms us, I hope. other thing I would like to do is because I essentially have gotten a very good look at what's there.
Mm-hmm.
And if LSD is telling us they're in the vents, can I see the vents?
Well, I mean, looking through LSD, by the way, has like a really good cavity for weapons that have been welded shut. Nice, like great weapons cannon. Like it's a big box. You could have like really good weapons in there.
Okay.
Not probably like two great, awesome, dangerous weapons. Not there at the moment. You know, when when he says they're in the vents, you don't know what that means because he doesn't have any special vents, but he's referring to something like he's getting some kind of a perhaps a vision, right? Of something. So he's clearly getting signals from somewhere that is has to be close by because it's not like the range for all this is going to be so amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that seems to be like, and you can kind of see like signals that kind of look like a map. You know what I mean? Like sort of flashing, but like in that kind of old school LED way, where like little like like the little circuitry is like, oh wait, I think that's actually like a pathway, right?
Yeah.
Daba,
Okay.
there is a piece of the rock that you can see has a seam. It takes you a while to find it, but there's a piece of the rock that has a seam, and you're able to sort of, with your scrutiny, press, and you get to a. It opens up, and there's a keypad with like a also like a signal. There's like a little keypad, but also clearly like a receiver signal moment.
And when I see that, I'll be like, all right, Cap, this one's on you, tagging you in.
Oh, a keypad. Jasper, I require your assistance with this. We believe that you might possess a signature code that will be useful in this moment. And is there like a port that I could plug a part of
Yes.
LSD into? Perfect.
So,
Wait, what are you plugging me in?
Well, we believe this is just a part of, I mean, a rock. Daba, what is this connected to? This seems like a base, perhaps underground. We're not really sure. It's just rock.
I'm fairly certain this is connected to some sort of underground base, where the nanites have either been produced or, more importantly, probably a main data or main computer where they're all connected to.
Ooh,
Oh, that would be brilliant. The
That's my
I
hope, at
love
least.
being connected to unprotected databases.
No, I
Nothing
mean,
wrong
that's
can come
how
out of
you were
this.
started. That's how you were made, we believe.
I as this is happening, I would just like to check because
They've gotten closer.
yes,
Oh,
but
no.
also we were shown a readout of like their approximate positions, right?
Yep.
From that, I can make out which direction. I would like to head towards whichever one is nearest, and I would like to do so quietly. So I would like to maneuver my way there.
Please do. If you're looking at the Black Mesa, which is in no way reference to anything else, but there may be cake inside, you have probably got one coming from about like 2 o'clock and one coming from about 10, right? Coming towards the Mesa.
Oh, for
Excellent. So, lovely. Succeed, plus you get a twist, but you also get a shock. This is not going to be like a super big deal shock. This is not, but you're in a tense space, but it's not the worst. It's not the best, but it is not the worst. So you're going to have to take I believe, a -2 to your next roll. Because this is intense. This is an intense moment. And you saw the cavities inside of LSD, and they could probably have some very deadly weapons included.
I am actually kind of counting on that for reasons I will not yet reveal.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Okay.
But yes,
You
so I am making my
are
way
sneaking.
stealthily. Yes.
And as you're moving quietly, stealthily, and you're quite small, as you're maneuvering, in the distance you can see LSD, or someone who looks exactly like LSD, except they have two twin cannons, twin link BR cannons in their chassis, sort of moving forward through the jungle, getting
Okay.
closer. Meanwhile, back at the mesa, hi, what are you going to do?
That's a really important question before we move on to that. About the bot that Tanks has seen. What appliance is it?
You haven't seen it yet because they've gone off into the jungle to head it off at the
As
pass.
like an audience member, I would like to know
Yes.
what they look like.
They look exactly like LSD. Exactly like LSD.
Oh wow,
Like,
not even a drier version of it. Just another washer.
yes. They're probably drier versions of LSD, but they're not the century kill ones, you know, like LSD is.
They probably actually dry clothes. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'm just looking out for you guys, chat.
Yeah, no, just imagine LSD, but probably has gone on killing rampages if necessary. Not that LSD has ever done that, I'm sure. That data's been
God,
wiped.
no.
But, like, imagine it like LSD, but murderous.
Yeah. All right, and we can continue on with the scene back at the keypad now.
Yes. Unlocking it with the help of LSD. So that is going to be a systems. We said
It is going to be a systems.
LSD. What
Please
systems
note,
do you
you're going to
give?
get a bonus of 2 dice because you are hacking with LSD. And LSD, if you have any systems you can and you want to help, you can give them that as well.
Yeah, cool. I didn't hear you, B. I have 3 in systems.
Oh yeah.
Take
I
them.
will take that. Oh no.
Oh. Do you want to take an edge?
Ow!
Yes, please. Oh my gosh,
Please,
there's that
add
awkward
edge.
moment where like I punch in a code. Oh no, we will definitely get it on the second try.
Surely you remember your PIN code.
Ooh, there we go.
Shock. Love it.
Ouch.
Love it. Awesome. I'm going to just make a real quick roll here, if you don't mind me. I've got no successes, which is great because I don't get to take away any of yours because the machine is fighting back. But it recognizes LSD, so it kind of like calms down a little bit. You, however, are going to be taking a shock. Yeah. It's not that big of a deal. I need you to go and take 2 stamina as the keypad stuns, like there's like an electric shock that comes out as you're...
Ow. That was incredibly unkind. I'm gonna look over at LSD. You, why only me?
I have done nothing.
No, but you are never injured. It's fine.
However, it's going to take you a little bit of time. You can use that extra twist to get in faster.
Yes, please. Can I bring my friends in? Can I bring Deba and LSD?
Well, yes, because the door opens. This large seam and there's the sound as the wall of the mesa sort of slides open, and there is inside a clean, crisp, metallic elevator. Just inside that is waiting for you.
Well, let us step aboard.
Meanwhile, Tanks, there is a large murder kill healing robot moving closer to
Healing
the
through
Black
superior
Mesa behind you.
firepower.
Yeah.
So
It has not seen you yet.
it has not, and I would like to carry forward the success because I would then like to covertly climb it and attempt to cut my way inside because I have been trying to pilot LSD for years. Now, if there's a threat coming towards us, here's a version of LSD with guns that maybe I can pilot and take control of, and I want to do that. I want to
I'm
give
going to
myself
need you-
essentially a mech suit.
To make a mechanics roll.
Okay. And now there's a -2 on that, but a +1, so it's just a -1. Gee. No.
I
Damn
think
it,
it would be
Norwegian
no
keyboard, wrong
minuses
one.
because you get one bonus because you know this system very well, right? You have been all up inside LSD, so I'm going to give you a bonus dice for that because
Yeah.
you know, yeah. I mean, this is not this is a system you have familiarity with.
Okay. Well, there you go.
One moment. I believe LSD have a processing power of 2, correct?
I have a. What do you mean a processing power? You mean my programmatic?
Yes.
I have 2 points left on it. Yeah.
Let me just roll
Also,
that.
because I want to say, can I roll an extra 2d6 because I'm trying to use my plasma torch to get inside of it, so I have a +2
Oh.
to rolls for cutting or such. With
Absolutely.
mechanics.
Absolutely. What was your total processing power? Ooh, another. No, that's but that's not on your edge, so it doesn't count against you. What is your total processing power, LSD? Overall.
The programmatic normally is 4.
Thank you.
But that's like my edge thing.
I get it 1 success, so I knock off one of yours, but you still have enough successes. And I, as a GM, do not get edge, so I don't get any kind of rerolls at all. You get 1 success, so you can get in, right? You sort of tell me how you break your way into this machine.
Okay. Assuming they're built in more or less the same layout.
Yeah.
I'm going to just get to the side that I know has the fewest vital connections.
Yeah.
Sort of, on my suit, obviously we have like a safety clip, so I'll just clip myself on, hang there, grab the plasma torch to just make a rough rust-sized opening, and then just slip inside. Is it much the same? Like, is it also a cable salad in here, or is it more neat
No.
and orderly?
It's
Okay.
very neat and orderly.
Oh,
When
perfect.
you look inside, there's so much more room. It's so much more neat and orderly, and you can see so many pieces from LSD that are things that just seem like they were just whatever are connected and working quite well. And it's really interesting to see the difference between LSD and this thing. This thing is working way better, but it's more like a lot of things have been bypassed with LSD. So there's all these things that this thing has that it has access to that have either been removed from LSD or burnt out of LSD or sort of like jumbled up, so that LSD has a lot more autonomy and seems to have the ability to do their own thing. And also maybe not be a complete murder robot that's at the whim of some large signal,
Okay.
you know.
This is especially helpful because what I want to do is effectively remove whatever gives this thing autonomous control and give myself that. But we can get to that in a bit.
Yes. All right. Which means you're going to have to get bonuses because you can compare and contrast sort of like a control.
Like, I know
My
what's
friends.
missing from LSD, so yeah. Anyway.
Yes. My friends, the rest of you 3 are going to be heading down this elevator a long sort of moment. And you know you're going deeper inside the core of this asteroid. And Tanks is not with you. Let's hope they're not dead.
I play Muzak.
Oh, nice. It's the girl from Ipanema. And and when you get down, there's a as the elevator stops and the doors open, and you find yourself in a huge cavernous space. It's dark, and quite far in the distance, you can see a box, like a large box that's glowing, that is embedded in this massive sort of mainframe. This sort of computer takes up like an entire floor of a building. Do you know what I mean? Like it's this massive, large computer, like blinking lights, and this glowing box with a dead body, a body, sort of in it in the distance, and you can see small little Roombas moving about, and you know there are probably also sentry bots here as well. They're not here at this moment. They're not in this particular space at this time, but there are these sort of maps that are moving, and you can kind of see this sort of like little pattern, and it seems to you that it probably represents the linkage between different centers, like nerve centers. Like this is one nerve center, and there are probably others in different parts of this asteroid that are sort of linked, but you're on this one.
This is astounding. We never expected to. Oh, that box is. Daba, do you think that is the dryer?
I think it might be. It could be.
Let's investigate.
I think it's herring dryer.
Mm-hmm.
If you get closer, you see the body of a Terran man. He's sort of round, sort of looks like a bit of an alcoholic, sort of toupee. It's William Shatner. Looks like William Shatner is what it looks like.
Love it.
It's sort of like in a uniform, but with no insignia. But it's kind of like that kind of uniform look. And this figure looks embalmed, right? Looks sort of like dead, really. But like it looks like a
Preserved?
yeah, like a shrine, right? Like a shrine to this figure. Let's put it that way, right? Like this person's body is there, and it's like all like on a pedestal and sort of lit up, like, oh, look at this great tech bro, kind of a figure. And there's like a little plate in there that says our founder, Dr. William Chesner. And this is like some kind of shrine, but this is a kind of a nerve center. And you can see that there are clearly other sentry bots on this planet. You can see readouts that seem to indicate that this is doing its work, but you also see warning lights, like alarm lights. Like when something's wrong in your car and there's like that dashboard light that's like, oop, got some problems. And there are a number of these warning lights on this big, huge, massive console to indicate not an alarm, but failure, right? That there's something that the thing has sort of... there are malfunctions, but there is also no one here to fix them. And there are things coming. Meanwhile, can I get an initiative roll from you, Tanks? Eight. Cool. I'm going to make a roll right now. It's going to be pretty chill. It's just going to be 11d6. Give me a moment. 2 successes. I have 2 successes. As you can hear, unauthorized and you hear within you, outside, the sound of gunfire as the second sentry bot has spotted you and is not getting the right signals and has opened fire on the sentry bot that you are currently inside. This sentry bot, however, is taking the damage for you at the moment because you are inside of it, which is very nice. But let's just say somebody doesn't like what they're seeing, and you are inside of a body that is being attacked. What would you like to do? I'm going to use that twist, by the way, to knock you down.
You're muted.
Yes.
Oh, of course I am muted.
I did enjoy the gestures, though.
I mean, I speak with my hands. This is how I go. No, I was
So
going
the
to say
the
I would
bot
like.
you're in is knocked over.
That's fine enough. How close is the other one?
It's within ballistics range, so it's maybe like 10 meters.
Okay. I was going to say I would like to assume fire control and just have them essentially take each other out.
Well, that's fine. You're gonna have to make a roll, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
That be systems.
It will be systems.
Okay. I will do that.
And it will be systems, and then there'll be a second roll.
Yes.
Ooh.
I would like to re-roll that.
You may. You cannot re-roll your edge, but you can re-roll all the rest of them. And as you are... I need to talk about how this is not working out well for you right now.
Yeah, no, this is... I was expecting to have a little bit more time before it went all to pot.
Can I help? Thanks.
How would you do that, my friend?
I'm going to
Because
reach.
I can think of ways in which you can, but I would like you to tell me how you would.
I am now connected to whatever is sending signals to.
That is correct.
Which is why I said earlier I might need Daba for something.
Yeah.
But I think Daba is busy right now. So can I try it myself to basically reverse engineer the signal and tell them to stand down?
All right. So I'm going to say this. The shock you get for this is that you basically lose your senses for the moment. Like you're kind of like there's like a like the shock of getting hit, right? And like there's a feedback spark when you try to take control of the fire control of this robot, and so you're going to be momentarily sort of stunned. You can still go, but you're at a -2 to all tests, not just sort of fire control tests for this turn. So you may re-roll it if you like, but you're not in a good way.
I think when faced with this, the desperation just takes over. No, I gotta do this. I gotta do this. So the console just blew up in my face to continue in this line of thinking. Well, there's one success on that.
Can I get a systems roll from you, LSD?
Yeah. Oh, you want to say 2 successes.
Interesting. Okay. You may use one to send out a signal in the voice of your creator to stand down, and you have one other twist.
I can use a twist to do it very quickly, correct?
Yes, you can, because it would need to be done very quickly.
Yeah, but computer quick is quicker than human quick.
That is correct.
Could I argue that I do it quickly enough that tanks doesn't take all of that shock because it
Tanks
happens
does
like
take-
a fraction of a second before.
Tanks will take the shock. However, it's the other creature's turn right now, and the other security bot is training its weapons on
then
tanks.
yeah, no,
at
he
this
would stop
moment,
right now.
and
No, I
is
want him to
about
stop
to
now.
go and open fire. There's like the and Tanks is a bit stunned from this feedback and is a sitting duck, and this sentry bot is just going to open fire on Tanks and maybe kill her.
No, it's gonna be a quick stand down.
What do you say?
Intruders have been neutralized. Repeat, intruders have been neutralized. The, wait. Yeah, I think, minor errors in system have been discovered. False positives are appearing on the radar. Please investigate. Please investigate the door. Please investigate outside. And I'll just repeat all of this.
These LSDs do not have the ability to do what you just did. They're not really autonomous that way. So when they hear this, they believe it because it's the voice of the creator. And the one that was about to fire on Tanks stops, like redoes its weapons, turns, and starts moving. The bot that you're in, you can see the little signals firing, but to nothing. And you still have control of this bot.
Okay. I would like to essentially cut the connection between any sort of processing unit it has and the actual I'm assuming this is essentially like a fly-by-wire system, so just
absolutely.
cut any connection between the processing unit and that, and then insert my own controls, and then just get up and use this to walk around and have a pair of autocannons should I need them.
Could you give me mechanics?
I keep wanting to say no because I just don't trust my dice anymore.
You can always take more.
Well, actually, my edge came in handy for once.
It did. From now on, you no longer have to use systems mechanics to use this. You can use operations because you now control it as a vehicle. Yes. Completely. And you have
just
rewired it. You've got it.
Okay, it's mine. Excellent.
It is yours.
Over the comms, you'll just hear a quick... So that worked out. Thank you, whoever just saved my hide. Also, LSD, I am inside not you, but one like you. It's pretty cool.
And our computer friends, you're at this massive computer bank, very 1950s style computers, right? What do you do with it? It is showing errors. In phase, there's like phase 1, phase 2, the huge banks for phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. Phase 3 and phase 4 have not even started. They're not on. They're not happening. It's just phase 1 has some light errors, and then phase 2 is just all red errors all the time.
Well, Daba, LSD, do we destroy it all, or do we take the time to learn? LSD, this has to do with your origins. And Daba, you might understand the mechanical side if destruction is the right choice. All we would like to do is download the information and study it.
Well, it's interesting you mention this.
Oh.
Because I have a thing. Where's my thing?
Mhm.
Give me a second. I have a thing. It's written somewhere. Where is it? Where's my thing?
I heard you have a thing.
Yeah.
Tell me about this thing.
There we go. Synths that have been physically linked to larger external computers may spend processing from the machine's pool so long as they remain connected, but cannot transfer it to themselves. So I could, of course, my processing doesn't do much. It's just to reach on a test. But what I might want to do is if you connect me to it, I'm going to burn as much processing as I want to get the freaking data ASAP.
Yeah.
LSD. I think that's brilliant. I mean, should have been my idea because of how smart it was, but I'll go ahead and plug you in.
You're going to
You
need to
are
do some
a smart
systems.
non-machine.
You'll have to do systems for that, Jasper, because you have to hack him in to make it work.
Any motivators? My brain refuses to get that word. What
Did
is
they
it?
get help from
Yeah, you might
Jasper
want
and
help.
Ori? Or from LSD, sorry. Or I? Would it be LSD since technically they're the one...
Would I get one from LSDs as a result, or LSD systems?
Who has
I
the
do
best
have like
systems?
3 in systems.
There you go.
Plus, I have a hacking tool.
Yeah.
Oh,
That'll be 4.
This will be a -2 to this roll. This is very difficult.
Oh, so 4 minus 2 is 2 then. Okay. 1 success.
That is all you need. You are able to hook up LSD to this system. And as you're going through, you're able to, there is, well, technically I do have to roll. Hold on. I have a defense. 0, I take out your successes. You don't make it in yet. Daba, the computer is fighting.
We need
following
assistance.
wires and try to find usually when something's wrong, well, sometimes when something is wrong, a wire is going to be running hot because it's going overtime doing nothing in attempt to do something. So I'm gonna go behind and just start, because it is a supercomputer, so I'm assuming it has wires going everywhere. I'm gonna start
yeah.
like going around, like looking for a wire that seems like it's attached to something that's wrong, and following it to see if it's connected to anything I can see, obviously, and if not, just yanking it out.
Give me mechanics.
What a roll!
Okay.
I can't wait to hear what happens.
Yes. So, here's the thing, my friend. As we get to this climax, and we are going to have tanks coming in through the elevator, you are able to not only get in, you're in. You can find and diagnose. That's not going to be a problem. You have 2 twists that will allow you to fix things or disable things. Fix things, disable things. Security, etc., whatever you got. You can get a good diagnostic there. But we do have some shock, I'm afraid. And that's not great for you. I would like to know, before you get all of this shock, what you'd like to do with your successes. Because, this is severe shock.
I would like to
Mitigate one of them? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I could, but I had to leave more time.
By the way, you can use one of your twists to knock out that success that the computer security had that blocked LSD and Jasper from getting in.
So I'll use obviously the one success to actually find the area of issue. Um, with that, I will send use one of the successes to counteract your success. So Jasper, aka Lavender, in this moment can get in, and then I'm gonna use the last twist to find another error um, attached to whatever the issue is, and that's going to be the risky move to fix that thing.
Yeah.
And that's going to be whatever you're about to do.
Let me ask you,
To assist them.
phase 1 or phase 2?
Ooh.
Phase 2.
Phase 2. All right. Daba. I need you to take 2 edge. Everyone else takes 1. As Daba comes in, physically fixes, like rewires and fixes, and there is this sort of shock that goes through their body. And it looks painful and terrible. They are sort of stunned. And there's a cascade as all of those red lights in phase 2 shut down, rewire. LSD. You are inside the computer now, and you see it. The nanites in phase 2 are supposed to seed this planet with life, but they cannot regulate themselves, and they just keep forcing all the life to grow as fast as possible, and then they have stopped being able to regulate. Phase 1 is growing things too big, but it's able to stop itself from like destroying everything. But phase 2, there's been wave after wave after wave after wave of life sort of seeded and then destroyed for who knows how long. Phase 3 is to bring humans back. But it hasn't even gotten there because it's stuck in phase 2. What would you like to do? The nanites have been disabled. In the phase 2 nanites have been disabled by Daba. They're rebooting.
Phase 1 is to rebuild the flora. Phase 2, the nanites. Phase 3, bring
Phase 2 is the fauna, the low-level fauna. The nanites
yeah.
are doing all of it, right? But once phase 2 is actually up and running, they get to move on to phase 3 and bring back humans. And then hopefully then if phase 2 is...
They can't finish phase 2 because robot, they don't have any genetic material, right? Do I see in that system that there's like a bank of genetic material somewhere?
It's from your tech bro. They've got banks of genetic materials. Quite a bit of it is from yours, professor. But they've got banks of human materials inside. They've got nanites with them waiting to go, but those have never been dispersed.
But humans, not animals.
That is correct.
So right now, so long as there's no fauna, the humans will never...
That is correct.
All right.
But this entire computer is made to rebuild life.
Yeah, that is very interesting. It probably has a giant database of information on like gene splicing and mutation and I could be the best doctor in the whole galaxy, you know? If I knew everything, I could create life. I could be a god. I'm gonna download the computer and then I'm gonna shut it down.
And it slowly shuts down. And I believe we will have us transition back with all the nanites have stopped attacking you. You can go back to your ship if you like. Everything is good and the world is safe. I need a roll from you, LSD.
Hmm?
Yeah, I need a resolve roll.
All right.
Difficulty -1.
So I just have to succeed.
Okay.
Yay.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, you
Um,
succeeded.
The mind of the computer that you downloaded does not take you over, and you do not become a weird megalomaniac ex-human supremacist scientist bent on destroying the universe. Good for you. It's a good thing that didn't happen. But can I get your end? You have come back. You've shut down the Black Mesa project to terraform life. You have the data. What do you all do as you sit? And I want that, and then I want our captain to give us our outro. Also, you have a bot with you, a new
Yes.
LSD.
Which the first thing that tanks will do upon returning and then climbing out of this makeshift piloting compartment is essentially just turn to LSD and say, if we look at what's in there, we can look at what's in you, compare, and maybe put things back the way they should be.
What's the number, like the number designation on that other LSD?
LSD 0069.
Nice.
It is too old. Discard it.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna keep it and pilot it, but we can discard what's in it.
Yes.
And I say this knowing full well that what I'm going to do is take memory banks and everything about the information and share it with Jasper instead.
Yes.
And we're going to see what we can figure out. And then, if Daba wants to just have a crack at it, it's there. Just don't mess with the cannons.
What about the rest of y'all?
Okay, I don't know if this is a little too much, but so all I've been thinking about is how these nanites we got this brand new, barely tested, super like decked out ship, and we're gonna bring it back like a couple years old, if not more. Because there had to be a lot of the part of the ship systems that were running just the whole time.
Yep.
Between that and we're gonna be low on fuel and battery pack and energy.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
So I kind of just have this miserable shot of us traveling home and trying to figure out how best to formulate the report. We accomplished the mission, but there's
Yes.
gonna be some disappointment along the way. So it's just Jasper walking back and forth in their quarters, kind of practicing the speech to whoever they have to report to. That and maybe hiding some of the information that LSD and that tanks, kind of all of us now possess. What do we decide to do with this info?
It's a good question.
Do we share it? Do we keep it to ourselves? It's a lot of power.
It is a lot of power that's currently resting in LSD.
I don't know. Only one of us is part of the Trinity, so.
Ha ha! I was gonna say keep the power for ourselves. I mean, we respect the Trinity, but also there is value in independence, and by independence I mean the four of us. May we all shake upon it? Extend my little bug hand.
I will extend a appendage.
I will hit a button on remote control and have LSD 0069 extend an appendage.
Daba?
Daba?
I'll extend out my gloved, my still fully suited self hand out. A little singed actually. Probably like one of my like fingers is actually poking out of the suit now. And I will also shake on it.
This is a secret
Right.
for us. This is a power only for us. Time will tell what we do with it. Not really time, because I already feel old.
Let's not get into that. But
And then you hear
perhaps. Oh,
Mother say, "I'm sorry. That is not authorized behavior."
Oh, mother, right, you were listening this whole time. That was not our plan, mother. Do not worry, mother. We will find a way.
Yes. We'll be looking forward to your report back at home station.
We just have to revise it a few more times.
And the ship starts revving up itself
Oh my goodness.
as the AI starts taking control of the ship. And you have to decide for next time what you do with that.
Write it down.
That's our end, everyone. Our protagonists have the power of life itself, and they are hiding it with them as their ship plans on taking them back home. And I don't know if they're going to let the ship do that. I don't know what they're going to do about that one. I suppose we'd have to find out later. But this was our amazing crew. They have saved themselves from rapid aging, and they have now the secrets of life. And they might be in trouble with their bosses. Well, we'll find out. Let us do outros. Diane, you first. Say who you are, where we can find you, and give some love while I do some looking over here as we wrap it up, because I know you got to go.
yeah. Hi again. I'm Diane. I am Balrog 1911. Basically, I was going to say everywhere on the internet, but I'm not really active anywhere these days because life happens and life is happening all of the time at the moment. So every time I think, yeah, I can get back to streaming, no, it doesn't happen. So one day I'll get back because I finally have SnowRunner and I finally understand the game. So it's beautiful. It's so wonderful and chill. I say about a game where you're basically just trying to get trucks through mud. Yeah, enthralling. Um, that's basically all I got. What I am going to do is I would like to shout out a very completely different project. If you have not yet heard of it, I should say go look up something called Nightmare Cart with a K, which is clearly no relation to what was previously known as Bloodborne Cart before Sony got their lawyers into it. Because maybe I'm a community manager there or something. And that's basically it. I'm plugging Lilith Walters' project here, so yeah.
Nice. Give love to somebody in the cast.
I'm actually going to give this one to Simon for basically allowing me to just mess with LSD's systems all of the time. I feel like I should both apologize to you and congratulate myself for that, but mostly apologize to you.
In which case, I think we'll have to toss it over to Simon, because that was the ping pong. Who are you? Where can we find you, and give some love?
2 seconds. Is everything all right? Okay. The cat was crying. Hi, everyone. I'm Simon at Wandering DM. I'll do the spiel, and then I'll get into everything else after. The love, I mean. You can find me over on my channel, Wandering DM, on Monday and Saturday. So tomorrow at 1 p.m. for Scion. And then on Monday, we are doing the interlude for Folly and Nina. So the last interlude of our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle. Then the week after, we are kicking off the final season. I am working on the next slew of streams that will start this summer. I can't wait to show all of you. It's going to be very interesting. And then what else? None of the pledge managers have opened for the games, so you can always check them out on Kickstarter or on our website if you're interested in playing a GM-less game of Vampire the Masquerade or Werewolf the Apocalypse. And that's it for that, I guess. As far as my love for tonight, I will go with I'll go with B, with Jasper, because I gave you knives and you used them.
Such
And I
a
appreciate
tragic
that.
backstory. You've been through it all.
It could have been anything. And also, honestly, to both Diane and PB, because I made a last-minute character to join this game, kind of silly, and y'all played with it, and honestly, I had a lot of fun.
Which I feel like that means the
And-
ping pong goes to B.
Ooh. Well then, hello. I've been your non-binary busy bee. You can find me on all socials as bzelda_. I'm a podcaster, streamer, sensitivity consultant, tabletop writer. Honestly, I think I'm doing something on YouTube. I don't know. Look it up. You can probably find it. But I do want to just like give over some wonderful love to I loved the little stabs from Daba about the name changes. I loved all of the LSD puns with the name. That was really good. And then I absolutely love Tanks's determination, dream, and dream fulfilled of getting to pilot an outrageous piece of machinery. It was brilliant. So thank you, everybody. And Trooper, I loved the story you weaved and the opportunities that you gave us. It was fabulous.
I feel like having the 69 unit might be really important because I don't know if LSD 11 is gonna be okay. Might be a megalomaniac robot on his own.
Hey, we got to back up now.
Yep. Oh my goodness. In that case, last but very much not least, PB, one of my pals. Who are you? Where can we find you and give some love?
Hi, I'm PB from @PB Points Inside, in which you can find me pretty much everywhere, though I'm most active on Twitch and Bluesky. It's a phenomenal game. I'm so glad I was able to be in it. Thank you so much for the invite, Trooper. And thank you to all of you guys for just being amazing. I just adored just the little chaos rest that Tanks was. Just every decision was for maximum chaos, and I appreciated that so much. Because every game is just a little bit of chaos, or a lot of it in our case. And also a huge shout out to Trooper for creating such an amazing little one-shot adventure for us with so many twists and turns in only such a couple of hours. It was great, and you're amazing, Trooper, and more people should say it because you are.
Thank you. My friends, I want to read out our messages because that's what I do before we go. I want to say we got the following messages from folks. We got 100 bits from Stormbender who says, here to support a non-gambler crew. I hope the other crew doesn't get jealous. Well, they'll be jealous because they do not have the power of God, and they do not have a perhaps megalomaniac robot with them, so... Well, actually, they might. Never mind. We got a $20 tip from Rissa who says, thanks for a great show. Thank you, Rissa, who is one of our mods. Those are our messages. So, thank you all. I am Trooper SJP. I want to especially thank Diesel Shot for making this game and providing. I sent out itch.io codes to the 3 winners of our codes, so you should have those and they should work because itch's codes are a bit more stable than the drive-through RPG codes. So just let me know if that works out. Thank you very much. There's a link on our What Is This if you want to check this game out yourself. It's got spaceship combat. It's got lots of gear. It's got all sorts of cool stuff, lots of neat aliens, and check it out if you're interested. And I am Trooper SJP. You can find me next Friday for the Return of the Gamblers, where they are going to arrive at a new planet, and one of their crew members might be dead. Who knows? Is missing. Thank you, everybody. I just want to say thank you to this crew for playing this with me. I really wanted a really good science mission, and you all were amazing. And I didn't know what you'd do with your conundrum, but I will just say they have left the Twilight system as dead and desiccated as they found it, keeping the secrets of life to themselves. And maybe only tanks might be able to find out if bad things are happening with LSD with all of that power, because tanks kept the comparator. You know what? It might take friendship, the power of friendship, to make sure LSD stays on the straight and narrow, but I'm sure everything will be fine. And I'm sure everything will be fine. And I'm sure it's not at all sketchy that LSD was put on this mission at all. I'm sure there's no sketchiness there at all.
None whatsoever. Yep. I have one suggestion for
please.
The outro card. As we fade out, you just have a little glimmer of an old fluorescent lamp, 4 figures huddled around it. And to ensure that Mother doesn't hear or notice anything being typed on an old piece of little scrap paper, you just see the hastily scrawled words, "Kill Mother."
Kill Mother. And our very last bits came in, 32 bits from Volpez, who says, wait, they made it a step farther than the Gamblers? They made it to full protagonists? Well, they might have just lost their pro status. They now I think, are now just tagonists again. That's how that goes. Thank you all. We just found out the power of friendship is a lie, LSD. It's all about goth things and mommy issues that'll prevail. Maybe so. Thank you. Go check out Change Stars. Support your indie creators. And I will see you all next time. Take care of yourselves. And goodbye, everybody. You're all the best. I cannot press my buttons. I've got to do it by hand. I will catch you all on the flip side. Thank you for supporting us. Bye.